Well, how do you know you don't have bacteria in your own urine?
Urine's sterile. That's a given fact.
Well, what if there's like a...
If you do, you'll know it.
Well, if you're growing it, like if you're growing stem cells with it, like...
If you've got a bladder infection, then yeah, your urine's not going to be...
Yeah, bladder infection, yeah.
But if you don't have a bladder infection, urine's pretty fucking... It's benign. Like, it's pretty much sterile fucking liquid, a bunch of fucking vitamins and minerals in it.
So
but the recommendation of putting cheesecloth on it and letting it ferment, you know, I don't know if bacteria might grow on it then.
So we could just live off our drinking our own piss. That's what you're saying?
I think we shouldn't. I don't think we should. You know,
recycle.
There's only so much piss we can provide, right? Like we should be looking at.
You said it's filled with minerals.
God's not cruel, guys. Listen, God's not cruel. He didn't put steak here to tease you. Okay. Now,
Exactly.
if you want to go by the book, it says that it was a curse to eat from the ground. So I don't eat vegetables. I only eat high protein, high sugar, and high fat. That's what I eat.
Right. What I'm talking about is one day, yeah, you're gonna be able to walk into Walmart. Right next to the milk, there's gonna be a gallon jug of just cow piss.
I hope so. That'd be beautiful.
Yeah, but it's
doesn't it have bacteria?
It would be pregnant cow piss or pregnant camel piss.
Well, it wouldn't be human piss because why would you buy something that you make yourself for free? Like, come on.
You can't recycle it forever, though.
Like, we make milk. Hold on, bro. We make milk, but we still buy milk, don't we?
Yeah, but human milk tastes like shit.
Does it? No, I mean it's just really thick and fatty. It doesn't really.
Well, you have to understand. It's not human milk. It would be the fruit.
Nasty.
It would be the fruit of the tree of life that they were eating from. That's what it talks about in early Genesis.
Dan, so how do you know what titty milk tastes like?
So now it's kind of cool. You are the fruit.
Hey, when you said if you have access, why would it say if you have access? Wouldn't you always have access if it's your own urine?
Hey, can I? Hey, real quick,
So you just live for forever, then just drink your own piss. No need access to water or anything. Huh?
I just feel bad. I actually feel bad. It feels like the way that this fucking whole conversation just turned, right?
Yeah, it's.
I can see Gio just fucking being mad, like every time Branch turns up, this is what happens.
Yeah, Bandsaw, real quick. Sharon, you're incorrect on that drinking pee part, though. The Bible doesn't actually tell you to do that. It actually goes against it. If you look in Isaiah 36:12-14.
Thank you for that.
I don't think there's anything wrong. I think that everything in you can do anything you want, right? You can drink your own piss.
That's nasty, man. That's nasty.
Yeah, I agree. That's gross.
Hey, real quick, before I know we're all gonna disagree on this, but I just want to hear where Sharon is coming from, just because he comes in and leaves, and if he's actually like willing to explain why he thinks what he thinks, we can judge it afterwards, maybe. The line where you said if you have access, I think you said. Why would it be if you have access? Wouldn't everybody always have access if it's their own pee?
Well, I mean, everybody does have access to it, but why is not everybody drinking it, right?
But didn't you quote part of it, and the line was if you have access?
Yeah. Okay. So the question I just asked was trying to lead you onto a point, but anyways,
okay.
You have to. It's something that has to be given to you. It's the gift of God. So you would have to be given the gift, and then you would have to receive it.
Man, you know
but everybody pees. Why is it something given? Everybody pees, right?
If he's correct, right, we should start making procedures where instead of having to drink the urine, why don't we just make a feedback loop where like you just connect your urethra to the
what the fuck?
Branch, you would jump on this, wouldn't you? You be the one to jump on.
That way,
so it's like every time you pee straight into your throat and then just drink the urine that your body's trying to get rid of.
No, up to your butt, man. It's a tube that goes from your dick to your butt, and then you just
urine.
Can we move on to Coriolis or something?
Hold on, wait, no. Sharon's here. Sharon's answering questions, please. Sharon's answering honest questions here, please. Let's just hear him
Yeah, I
out.
know,
We can
I
judge
know.
it later.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
this is
Yeah, I
important,
know,
Bansaw.
but
This is important stuff.
Dude, you
So,
should be
hold
aware.
on,
The
let me
only
ask you
way,
a question.
Even if
brother,
it's
should you
not
be aware
important,
the only
I'm
way
just
you can drink
interested to
urine
hear
is
what
if
he's
you
saying.
boil it.
Hold
Why do
on,
you have
guys.
to wait? Why do you have to boil it? Why do you have to boil it to be able to drink it?
Fucking Nate, this is very important stuff.
Branch, dude, why do you have to
You need
boil
to
it to
get
drink it?
You need to get to the bottom of this, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you, why do you have to boil it to be able to drink it?
Is that true?
Sterile?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
toxic.
urine is not
You have to,
sterile, guys. Come on.
you have to burn the
Urine
toxin.
has toxins, man.
Wait,
Like,
hold
we,
on.
we can't.
Stop. Okay, so why do you think urine has toxins? Whoever just said that.
Yeah, who said that?
I want to know why you think it has toxins. Let him talk.
It's just like milk. You don't have
Well,
to boil
Yes.
milk.
Well, I think that people think it's ridding your body of the waste, and they see it as waste.
Okay, so
How do
that's
you?
a good point. So why do people see it as waste? Let me address this point. So why would your body, hear me out, why would your body have a container for the waste? Number one. Number
Well, your
two,
hold on, real quick.
why
Your
would your body
kidneys filter out.
reabsorb the quote unquote waste to maintain the homeostasis of the blood? That makes no sense. Your body would not reabsorb waste to maintain its healthy balance. So it can't be waste.
Have you done like testings on this? Like, I mean, I know that somebody can just go along with what you're saying, and maybe, you know, you could be right or wrong, but has there been like you know, particular tests where they isolate, you know, like certain parts of like your health, and then how it's affected with, you know, control groups and all that afterwards and before? Is there somebody that's done a really good study rather than just
Yeah,
I feel better?
I can give you a test to do tomorrow. When you
With respect,
wake up, hold
just-
your pee in until you don't have to pee no more, and ask yourself why don't you have to go to the bathroom anymore?
Because you held your pee in, bro. What? Come on.
What's that supposed to
You're
tell you?
still gonna need to pee like 5 minutes
The
later. It's
reason
just
you
gonna
don't
come
have
back.
That's
to
supposed
pee
to tell
anymore
you.
is because your body
Let's not
reabsorbs
argue.
that
Let's just hear what he has
nutrition
to
when
say.
you wake up.
And I
No,
answer.
I'm just gonna need to pee 5 minutes later if I hold in my pee now, bro. It's still gonna come
But
out.
what is that supposed to mean? If you don't have to pee after you hold it in, what's that? Why is that a good time?
Apparently, that means your body's reabsorbing the pee. That's just nonsense.
Is that right? Is that the theory?
I'll give you a source. Go ahead.
That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. But for
Yeah,
me,
drop
when
as
I
many
hold my
sources
pee
as you
in,
can.
I just need to end up peeing 5 minutes later. You know.
Oh, guys, you know what? He's making a great point. And you know what? If you're gonna make a very well tuned fucking oiled machine, right? You're gonna produce excess of good stuff. You're gonna produce enough good stuff that the body needs, right? And you're gonna produce a little bit more.
Hey, Branch, are you trolling or do you drink your pee too?
Here's a question. Let me ask you this, Sarah. Let me ask you this. Do you think that your body creates water? So I'm not talking about like drinking water and turning it into urine. I'm asking, do you think your body actually generates and creates water from within it?
Gio, I'm sorry. Are you just trying to say that what I have to fucking respond to is absolute bullshit, and this new "do we create water" crap you're coming up with is more important?
I would say that your body naturally stores an excess amount of water for if you were to find yourself in a bind. Now that would be like, you know how before a bodybuilder performs on stage, they do like a really hard cut. They try to get all the water weight, as much fat as they can before they go on stage. So I think you naturally have a store. Is your body creating water? I don't think so. If your
Was there a
body
follow-up question to that, Gio?
and the only other thing I'd add is if your body naturally created water, why would we need it in our environment? But go ahead.
Gio, was there I muted Branch, by the way. Gio, was there a follow-up question on that?
No, it was just kind of an open. It was just a question. I was just wondering what his thoughts were on it.
I'm 32 years old. No one's ever asked me that question before, so thank you.
Yo, Siren, do you drink your own pee?
Yeah, I've been practicing urine therapy for 8 years.
How often? Like
Oh boy.
So when I first started detoxing and going through the regeneration process, it was extremely intensive. and I'm talking like upwards of over a gallon a day. I pushed it to the limit just because I had blind faith, but also is like I was at like complete rock bottom, alcoholic, depressed, schizophrenic, force injected by my government. So I had just been completely torn down, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'm either gonna kill myself or I'm gonna try this." And I was like, I didn't even care if it killed me. Like that was the thing. So I was like, it's either gonna kill me or it's gonna heal me, and it saved my life. So
When you said high sugar diet in your diet, why high sugar?
because well, I'm 6'1", 400 pounds, well pushing 400. I try to stay very big, obviously, for reasons that the world would obviously go against. So it's the 1 foot in the door, 1 foot out the door thing. Uh, if you're going to go along with any part of that delusion, that makes you delusional. So just try not to let the ego get the best of you and do your own research. Experiment with yourself. When you feel good, you'll definitely tell the difference. And just try it for yourself. Just try to do anything you can to better your life. That's what I would recommend.
Hey, real quick, Gio, real quick. Hey, man, this is amazing content. I just want to let you know, amazing content.
Hey, so would your Sarah, would you say that somebody with like a really unhealthy diet should not drink their pee, or would it matter?
No, diet doesn't matter at all. The only thing that matters is certain prescription medications. So if you were to go and talk about this to a friend, or maybe you have a loved one that could, you want to keep around or something like that. Obviously, I'm trying to talk in code a little bit, but you just have to be careful with prescription medications. Some of them can be harmful, just because they're so synthetic. Just use caution, use common sense.
Hey, Siri, I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
That's how I pronounce it. Do you do the number 2 too?
No, it's not scriptural.
Why is that
Oh,
a
you
thing,
do it.
Don?
You
I'm
do it
just
because the
wondering,
Bible says it.
Hold on, is that actually a thing in scripture or in
Yeah,
some?
John 4:14.
Actually, incorrect.
The Bible says drink your urine.
No, actually it says don't do it.
Okay.
It's such a glue. I
Yeah.
think we should be eating our own feces.
You know what?
Isaiah,
Can we just
I
not-
can give
you know
you the
what?
actual scripture right here too. It says
If
not
this
to
guy,
do it.
hey Sarah, if you're, we kind of assume you're trolling before. Maybe you are
100%.
serious. So if you're not, then please put your information that you believe in the detail why you think it is the case. Because a lot of people are just like, okay, so he just left.
Oh no,
and
he's
never even posted anything.
He's
He's
been
been here a
posting
couple
links. He's posted
Oh,
so
okay.
much
I'll check
information.
it out.
Yeah.
I'll check it out. I'll look at what I'm just interested in why you think what you think, more so than trying to like negate what you think right now. Just
Yeah,
because
I'll
it's
put a
interesting
couple.
if you're being honest.
Yeah, I'll do it right now. I'm gonna put a
Could you
study
also
for you.
put the Bible quote that says drink your urine?
Okay, patience, please. I can only help one at a time.
All right.
So
No problem.
I'm gonna give you this link now. I don't have perms, so it's not gonna give me the embed, but I'll give you a little bit of snippet.
Yo,
Give me a sec.
Someone give the man perms, yo. Oh, could you tell me what the Bible verse is? I'll just Google it.
John 4:14.
And so are you under the impression that this? I've heard another guy besides you say that this is actually the way to be immortal. How long do you expect to live doing this?
I will never die, sir.
Okay.
And then the second thing I'll give you is a lot of sources noting the cancer healing potential. So there's that one.
Now,
So yes,
I will say
I'm
that
literally what I literally just gave you was the source for the cure for cancer, and that is the truth. So that is.
There was a report that the guy that was lost his license or whatever, they did reveal whatever his formula was, and it did have urine content or some kind of extract from urine. And now
Dr.
there's
Brzezinski, yes, Dr. Brzezinski,
yeah.
yes.
And there's all these patents on that now that they've so there's something to that part of it, at least from what I can understand. As far as the cancer
Brzezinski, if you want to understand how I got into the cancer side of urine therapy, I was a caregiver for 7 years of my dad. He had multiple myeloma. So I was basically trying to cure myself of what was going on with me. And of course, I had my dad dying at the same time, and I was trying to help him, but of course he didn't listen. So
Now, is there like a guy that's like, really like really old, like a 500-year guru that's proof of this concept, or is it just an assumption still at this point?
There's some yogi in India who claims to be like 400.
And by this process,
In
drinking
India,
urine?
in India, they
What's
drink
Darren?
cow urine
What's Darren?
also.
Oh, okay.
So weird.
I'm sorry. Darren, what did you hear the question? Was there somebody that's like really long, it has longevity that you're basing this on, or is it?
Well,
Is there
the
anyone
scriptures
example you can give?
the scriptures note Elijah and Enoch, of course, as walking with God and never dying. The oldest man that was found that was recorded was, I think, 122. He said they did an interview with him. It's on YouTube. They asked him what was his secret to living so long, and he told him that he drank his own urine. Obviously, he didn't live much longer after that, but just to make it to 122, I mean, that's pretty fucking crazy. But yeah, as far as the yogis in India, there are claims out there. Obviously, I've never been to India, so I can't validate these. But there are claims of people in India that are living to be 200, 300 years old as we speak. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you? I was talking with somebody on here, and they were talking about how there's, if you do the right things as far as your diet goes, it wasn't about urine, but the telomeres and some of the breakdown of the telomeres or something is part of the reason you age, and that we should probably be able to just live indefinitely if we had all the right conditions as well as the right diet. But how do you do stuff to avoid radio waves? Because he was saying that would be something to be hard to avoid regardless.
Yeah, so I have a very you have a great question. So a lot of people don't know about telomeres. So I have a very sedentary lifestyle. So of course I told you I'm very fat, but I'm also very healthy. So don't take fat as being unhealthy, because that's just doing what the world does again. But to answer your question, yes, lifestyle is a big key. So if you talk about keeping the Sabbath and stuff like that, remember they were told to lay on their fucking mat and not move. So I'm usually in bed 14 hours a day, and when I tell you that, that's the truth. I'm laying down as we speak. So a very sedentary lifestyle. I do not exercise. Well, I exercise with an O, but not with an E. But yeah, it's a lifestyle choice. So if you do have optimal environments, if you do have access to the best medicine, if you have access to distilled water, and you avoid the toxins and stuff, through my research, I think we are eternal creatures, my friend.
I would say that it seems like we're supposed to live a lot longer than we do, just intuitively. It just seems
Well,
like
Adam
maybe 10 or
too.
20 years of
Adam
time.
didn't die till 9:30.
Right. Well, and that could have been, the difference in the oxygen at the time or whatever, that environment, as well as the food. Do you do things like, on that question, do you do things to protect yourself from the radio waves through like some of the methods other people have talked about?
Are you talking like Wi-Fi, stuff like that?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay. Yes. So Wi-Fi, you can do things like grounding. I know I have a very close friend that does stuff like that. Now, more importantly, Wi-Fi is not going to kill you. If you have a proper lifestyle, proper medicinal diet, stuff like that, you'll be fine from that. Something that you do want to avoid, that I personally avoid, is the sun. So the sun is a lot more harmful than you think. And what does the world tell you? The world tells you, oh, you need vitamin D, blah 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 blah. I stay out of the sun as much as possible. My day is night and my night is day, if that makes sense.
And your weight, that seems like, it's something you're trying to keep up with the high sugar diet. Is that something you're trying to keep the weight on?
Yes, that's
because
exactly
you think
right.
the weight is going to help you with
Are you
longevity?
diabetic?
Yes.
Are
Yeah,
you
the
like
weight, the
diabetic?
weight is very important. You don't want to have too much, but being skinny is detrimental.
Because you can.
What about
but you
what
can
about
live off your
just being
fat.
like regular weight?
But that's the thing. What is regular weight? If you go to the world, they'll tell you that it's related to your height. So you got to be careful.
Were some of these biblical figures really heavy?
Well, there was references of giants, but you'd have to say, were they big in stature or were they big in height, right? So you got to ask
Okay.
yourself these things.
Well, what about you?
What are you eating
diabetic?
to
You're not diabetic, are you? Obviously, if you're eating
No,
sugar.
no. I have the cure for diabetes, buddy. I've never been diabetic.
What
What's
is the
that?
cure for
Urine?
diabetes?
Urine therapy.
What
Is
about
the cure for
glucose?
diabetes?
I said urine therapy.
Have you ever used a glucose meter?
Now that is to check blood sugar, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, I have checked my blood sugar before.
And is
what
it
were the
good?
results?
Is it stable?
Well, what are symptoms of diabetes?
Unstable blood sugar.
Well, that's one thing, but you would have there's more than that, right? I would say that I have no symptoms of having anything wrong with me at all. I feel fantastic. I love my life. I look forward to waking up every day and talking to like-minded people. So
You mean wake up
apart
every night?
Apart from being very overweight and spending 14 hours a day in bed.
overweight by the world standards, sir.
Yeah, but I mean, he
Scriptures-
sounds happy. He sounds happy.
Jesus said, "Don't be of that world." Jesus said, "Don't be of that world."
So, what does your diet consist of? Like, what do you eat? Like, where do you get your sugar
Okay,
intake from?
so when you're very sedentary, obviously it's much easier to hold weight, but you do, of course, you do have to put in some work to keep the weight up. Now, obviously, the easiest way is drinking calories. So I usually go with tea. I don't like to do caffeine crashes. I do splurge on caffeine from time to time, but it's more of like a luxury. It's not an everyday thing for me. I usually do black tea, pretty strong, and I do about a heaping cup of sugar per gallon. And I usually drink about a solid gallon of distilled water tea every day. So that's a good
kind of
hefty
sugar?
portion of calories. Just regular
kind of
sugar.
sugar?
Just regular sugar.
What do you mean?
So that's all
granulated,
you
like
have
white
the whole
sugar?
day? Just tea?
No, that's just one part. So then I'll do high fat. So usually like I'll have a nice Denver steak, a lot of good healthy fat marbled into the steak, high protein, and then that's it.
Where do you get the steak from?
Great question. My uncle works at well, he doesn't work there, but he volunteers at the local church. They have a food pantry. So obviously I'm pretty poor. I don't have too much money. He actually brought me home a steak today. So the church gives, man.
So
That's what's up. So tea and steaks the whole day.
Yeah, I drink a lot of distilled tea, like the tea made with distilled water. So it's very important, you know. I make everything, my coffee, my tea. And if you're a little worried about white sugar, I get it. But if you want a really delicious drink, try some distilled lemonade, like distilled water lemonade. And you can use brown sugar, or you can also use honey. Both of those are really, really good for you. And trust me, my child, my 13-year-old, he just turned 13 on 420, and trust me, he loves the brown sugar lemonade. He says one of his best tasting things he's ever put in his mouth.
does your child your kid follow the same kind of diet?
Oh, okay,
and
hold
sleep
on,
and all that?
hold on, no, hold on. So my child is growing, so he's prohibited from the tree until he's proper age. And if you're going to ask
that's a
me,
good
if you're going to
detail. Okay,
ask
so
me,
what age?
But isn't proper age 13? That's when you hit puberty. That's when you would have your bar
hold
mitzvah.
on.
That's when
So
most people in the Bible became men.
the proper age is when God gives you his gift. That's the proper age.
What's that mean?
And what is that gift again? So sorry.
Like I said, my son has not been given the gift of God.
How
what
do
is
you know
that
what he
gift then?
is?
That gift is himself.
That sounds
Don't
cryptic. Just be literal about it, please.
I just told you my son has not been given himself yet. See, I have been given
What does
myself.
that
I
mean?
am who I am. I am
But
me.
you know what that means?
But at
That
one
doesn't
point
sound
I was
like
trying hold on. At
Go ahead.
one point I was trying to be someone who I wasn't. I was trying to be loved by my girlfriend, or I wanted a girlfriend. So I was doing what I wanted to achieve that goal. I wasn't being myself. I would do things like brush my teeth to please my mother. I wasn't being myself. So when I say that my son hasn't been given the gift of God, he hasn't been given himself yet. Okay, that's what I mean.
That still sounds cryptic. You know we don't understand that. What does that mean?
I tried the best I can, buddy.
How does it sound like? Given himself, what does it mean? Like how are we supposed to understand that? It doesn't sound like how are we supposed to know what you mean by that?
Like I said, the kingdom of heaven is inside of you and outside of you.
Okay. Well, now that sounds like you're just trying to be cryptic and not tell us because we're supposed to figure it out or something like that.
I understand, but I do the will of the Father, sir. I can't do anything
How
that He doesn't
old,
allow
how
me to
old were
do.
you when you found yourself, and how are you gonna know that your son has found himself?
Great question. So I was revealed the gift when I was 24. I'm 32. If God wants me to have this conversation I'm having with you with my son, I will have that one day, but it's not for me to decide when I can tell him or even just talk about it. I have to do the will of the Father.
How old is your son?
He just turned 13 on 420.
Oh,
Where's
gotcha.
the wife? Where's the mom? The baby mama?
He
That's a
lives
bit
with
too
mom.
personal.
He lives with mom. He doesn't live with dad. Trust me.
But yo, you don't need to answer all of these questions.
Yeah,
If
you
we
don't.
get a bit too personal, just let us
I'm
know.
just here to help. I'm just here to help.
What does she think about all this?
The only thing she doesn't know about me is the urine therapy. She knows everything else. She knows I doesn't brush my teeth. She knows I don't take showers in tap water. She knows I don't use soap or deodorant, all that stuff. But I have
How do you
not.
keep your mouth clean
And
your teeth?
So, I mean, how do I keep my mouth clean? Okay, so
Yeah,
number
how do
one,
you
I
save
floss.
weight plaque and gingivitis?
Yeah, so number one, I floss. Why do I floss? Because what I notice is if I leave a piece of food in between my teeth, it starts to irritate my gum, and then that causes pain. So, of course, Revelation says that pain will be no more. So I floss because I don't want to experience pain. So that's one way I take care of my health.
With all that sugar, do you have any cavities?
Surprisingly, no.
Have you been to a dentist recently? Like, how do you know that?
I haven't been to the dentist in over 10 years.
So how do you know you don't have cavities?
Because my teeth don't hurt.
What?
Yeah, if
Your
I had
nerves are
cavities,
fucked up.
yeah, if my nerves were fucked up, I would have
No.
pain. But see, I don't have any pain, and I've been doing the
Yeah,
same
if
thing
your
for
nerves
8
are
years.
fucked up, you don't.
So after 8 years, if I don't have any pain, I mean, I can't really say that I'm doing anything wrong, can I?
No, but if your nerves are fucked up, you don't feel any pain because they're not functioning.
Hey, Saren, there's a guy on here I'd really like you to talk to. I messaged him, but he's not. He might be asleep. He's in Australia. But if you would come back and just listen to what White's World, his name's White's World. I want to hear what he might have to say about what you're saying, and not that I'm looking for him to debunk you, but like just because he knows a lot about health. I bet Gio's got some other questions. Like that vitamin D thing really surprises me. Like the sun just seems to be like good for us in so many ways. I'm really surprised that that's part of your regimen.
Now you have to understand, I'm a very unique individual too. So I have no melanin in my skin. I have very dark blue eyes. I don't
Are you an
tan.
albino?
Yes. That's a great question. So
Uh-huh.
yes, I am. So for me, it's kind of like a vampire lifestyle. So if I go out into the sun, I don't get tan, I just burn, like literally blood red burn. So I have
Like
to
that
stay
Dickie
indoors.
movie?
All my windows are completely blacked out. Even artificial light can be damaging. I have a lamp. I have a lamp. What is it? Like a cloth over top of it. So all light sources are cut off because I don't want any damage to my skin.
Is it like
you
that
got to do it. You
Benchwarmers
got to do it.
movie
You
where he
got to.
lived in a closet?
You got to do like a documentary on yourself, bro. You should, just because it's so interesting.
I know it's cool, buddy. I try to share the truth with everybody I can.
Is there like a group of people that follow this practice? Because there's another guy that came in here and drank a glass of urine on camera, and I don't know if you know who he is. I forget his name, but is there like a group of you that kind of like that meet up on Discord or somewhere that talk about this philosophy?
Yeah, so there's an entire Facebook group called Urine Magic. I think it has like 30,000 members.
Oh, they missed a trick there. They should have called it urine luck.
Yeah, Urine Luck is good too. Urine Luck is good too, but they called it Urine Magic.
Good one.
Yeah, there's a lot of Facebook groups, a lot of YouTube channels. Monica Shoot is really great on YouTube. She's been doing it for 17 years. She looks like she's 17 and she's over 40. Very crazy stuff. The guy that
drinking urine, man.
The guy that got me into it, his name is Weedu Shavambu, 2 words. He's also on YouTube. He's been doing it for 7 or 8 years. Really old. He's a very older gentleman. When he started, he was you can look at his first video. He was very decrepit, crippling arthritis, needed surgery on his hands because his arthritis was so bad. When he did when he did basically my protocol, because we were doing it at the same time, he cured his arthritis. He cured everything. He has no pain. Like he can walk like 10 miles without stopping. It's crazy. Like just look at his videos. Like I said, we do Shavambu. Look at his first video and look at his most recent video. It's a complete transformation. It's completely bizarre, like what's happening out there.
Have you heard of these breatharians? What do you think of that?
Yeah, we do actually did do breatharian for I think a week. So if you don't know what breatharianism is, it's only breathing. So even no water. Now, obviously, if your bladder can reabsorb, you have to be very smart when you're doing breatharian, and it's very a disciplined practice. If you do want to try it, I would only recommend doing a detox process first before you get into it, so you know that you can handle it, and then start with maybe 2 days, and then work yourself up from there.
So you posted, you could, I guess I looked that We Do guy up, but you posted a bunch of links and things that would be pertinent to everything you're saying already. Or did you get perms? I'm running out of questions.
I don't like. It's all good. I don't like to ask for too much, but I do have to go to the next stop. So it was a pleasure meeting everybody tonight.
All right.
I'll
Thanks
be
for
back,
answering those questions. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. So, all right, you guys stay lovely. Be good. All right, take care of yourselves.
All right, take care, man.
Cheers, bro. Good talking.
I wonder if
the
you're a
fuck?
breatharian, and if you're a piss drinking breatharian, do you just like smell piss daily, like have a cup of?
Hey,
piss
I
in
think
front
he's
of
a
you?
Glober, guys.
Yeah,
Nah,
he's definitely a flat earther. He definitely.
No, he
No,
was
shit.
Definitely. He doesn't believe in gravity.
He's,
You can tell.
Face when no
I
one
don't
wants
mean
you.
he
Even flat earthers say, no, he's not one of us, the Globers. No,
don't do that.
we ain't claiming them, man, because he drinks
No.
piss.
But
No,
the
he's
Christians
definitely
say,
one of
no, he's not a
yours, yo.
Christian. Definitely not. Not a Muslim
He's
either.
trolling, guys.
I'm ashamed of anybody fucking in any type of my groups who out loud says they drink piss.
I
It's
know it makes the
fucking
flat Earth look bad, dude.
bad. It make any group look bad. It's unfucking believable.
Oh, God. Fuck me.
Dude, all I keep remembering is the monkey fucking pissing up in his mouth, dude, and spitting it out on people. It's like, dude, that's all I can see when somebody tells me they drink piss. But look, man, here's the thing. If you, like I said, when you get older, your piss starts stinking. I know anybody as they got older, they notice that shit, right? So as you get older, your piss starts stinking worse and worse. It's just a part of getting older, okay? But if you're where your piss doesn't stink so much to the point where you could drink it, you're already living so fucking healthy. You're gonna get healthy anyway. It ain't from the fucking piss drinking. I'll never believe that, dude. Ever.
Why do you keep smelling your piss and making notes like that? How it stinks more.
I still think it's fucking trolls. I'm the one who got that guy to drink piss on camera that night, man. Because I couldn't believe
Hey, he
it.
did it before. I seen him
Hey,
get on
it's
camera and act
different.
like he did
It's a
it.
different guy.
No,
It's a
no,
different
this
guy.
guy right here. I have talked to him. He's been on camera before, and he's done it.
Wait, this
They're
guy.
trolling, dude.
Does he look like?
Wait,
Ooh.
the guy that was just
Whoa, yeah.
talking.
What does he look like?
You hear bullshit y'all do talking about? Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah,
You
it's the
saw
same
him
guy.
drink piss on cam?
Yeah, Dave. New perspective. Yeah, Dave. It's the same guy. That's him.
But did y'all hear that guy? He was just fucking. He was straight up trolling y'all, dude. He was straight up trolling y'all. Okay? Let me give you an example.
400 pounds.
He's
The guy that
Let me
came on
give you an
camera
example.
drank piss was not overweight.
Let me give you an example of how this guy was straight up trolling y'all. He said, when my son finds himself, right? And then when you asked him to clarify, he fucking got more cryptic. It was like, fucking dude, he's obviously trolling, dude. When you ask somebody to, hey man, can you clarify and not speak cryptic, and then him to quote a fucking Revelations verse that has nothing to do with fucking, it's like, dude. So I ask you to be less cryptic, and you literally were more fucking cryptic. People like that just go on fucking with people, dude, laughing and talking to their friends like, man, I got motherfuckers to drink piss on the internet and shit, dude. People are stupid.
Sure.
They're laughing at you, man.
Hey, where did he post his links? Because I don't see him in the live stream. Where did he get? Did he say he posted stuff? Somebody said he posted stuff. Didn't
Yeah,
somebody
he's been
say he's got,
posting a bunch of links. You just gotta scroll up, man.
what?
Yeah, he posted
I
some.
just
Just
scroll up.
search for him. Just use the search function. You know.
What was his
Just
name again?
Saren.
Hey, again,
Serum,
Gio,
man.
that's you got some amazing content here, though, man. I got.
Yeah, you do. But that's number one way. The number one way your body gets rid of toxins is shit. The second way is piss. The third way is sweat. Okay. The fourth way is breath. You know. So he's basically fucking the number two way your body gets rid of toxins. Period. He's fucking re-ingesting it with ammonia. Like, what the fuck's good about ammonia and fucking urea?
Well, Don, every day is a unique day. I will say that.
True. Like Ken Wheeler talking to Bob.
Always an adventure. Yeah, dude. Ken Wheeler. That's awesome.
I'm waiting for.
Did y'all see Kim Wheeler? Kim Wheeler got his he got his camera. Like I suspected I suspected this a while back because he got his camera and did a video. He took his thermal camera and went out there and put it and just walked around everywhere, and everywhere there was moon shade. It was it was showing up freaking it was showing up lighter. I mean, it was showing up darker. And for his color camera, infrared camera, I got one of them cameras too. That's the first thing I did when I heard about it, and it's true. You see darker, redder colors in the sun shade. It's
Ryan,
actually.
Did you? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you see that he did
No,
a whole podcasting today with Bob Nodell and Jaronism and David Weiss, Ken Wheeler? All
Did they show it? Is it available?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
I just tagged you in a clip. He just Dave Weiss was talking about you can't go to the south, right? And he says, yeah, he knows. He said the reason why Ken you haven't looked into flat, you don't think the Earth is flat because you haven't looked into it. He cut him off. Ken did. He's like, I've been saying it's a plane thousands of millions of times. Right there's the clip. I can give you a timestamp and everything.
He has actually, man. But he don't like being labeled. I understand that. I understand that, man. Like Beb and them group, they don't want to be fucking labeled, man. Because when people think flat Earth, they think stupid shit. Like, and the Earth is not flat. So if you're gonna be technical about everything, and you don't like fucking cryptic talk, you like talking by defined words and all that shit, then technically no, it ain't flat. You don't want to be labeled that. So more power to him, man. Fuck it. I'll argue. Debate the flat Earth, technically I really don't know what the fucking world is, man. I just like the debate, and I don't think that Glover's actually so damn sure of what the fuck it is, and I don't believe that, man, because it doesn't measure fucking curved. I've fucking been measuring this shit my whole life, dude. It doesn't measure curved. If it drops down from the horizontal, we call it slope, and but who knows, man.
Well, here's the thing. Earlier, right? I was in my server with Arma, and he was using Blender. I said, "Hey, cast a spotlight over the Mercator map or a flat map, and have it dark all around it, right?" And he still has this saved, so hopefully Raiden or somebody will join us to show it. There was a few people here that was there, maybe, but it showed that the apparent, the circumference of light appears spherical, and when he changed to like a fisheye lens and moved away, it looked as a sphere. So it's circumference.
I want to see that, man. I've seen something like
it's
that.
Amazing, dude. It's absolutely amazing, and it showcases my hypothesis of how. And it looked concave and convex.
I've seen that too, man. And yeah, like you could make any light look like a sphere, basically, if you with the right focus, right? But I ain't seen the concave convex shit. That's I really want to see that, man.
Oh yeah, he's got it. I'm just waiting to. I did try to record it. It's just it didn't save, unfortunately.
To me, man, I'm telling you, like the Antarctic sun thing, it's a big deal to me, man. Like if they can show the sun, like that's gonna put some skepticism on me. It ain't gonna just be a outright conversion for me. But if they could show a fucking legitimate, like a proof video, like when they were talking about the feather and the bowling ball grab, you can't use that, dude. You didn't show it uncut, something we could scrutinize if you're claiming it, show it as proof the way they demanded of us, the way anybody would demand it. If they could show a fucking, prove where they're at, beginning to end, fucking, sun, show their their latitude, so I'll know what the sun's supposed to be doing. As far as you know, down and up there at the South Pole, like that one with the sun. If you're at the South Pole, exactly, the sun don't go down and up, dude. If you're at exactly the South Pole, it should stay level the whole fucking way around, you know. So they don't think about shit like this before they make videos, man. But anyway, there's a couple that are maybe, but if I see one proof, it'll put a little doubt in me, you know. It ain't, but if I took that fucking Antarctic flight, if they could fly me. And we drive. I mean, we fly from South America on that flight they're talking about, and we go over Edmond Air Force Base, and then over the Australian base. On the way over, nothing but ice, man. You know, that'd be all I needed to see. But I don't believe they. I mean, they'd already fucking done that though, wouldn't they? They talked about it. They bluff about it. It just ain't never done, man. The two bases are the tell-all. How far apart are they? Because they couldn't be more than about 4 or 5 hours apart on a globe. You know, Antarctica is only so wide. If it's, let's say, 2,000 miles wide, that's fucking that. You know, that's not that far, man. That's 8 hours tops in a fucking plane. But that's if they're completely. They're probably more like about on a globe. I think they're probably about what 1,200 miles apart, something like that. So you're talking 4 or 5 hours, man. But there's ways they could prove this shit, and it seems to me, and that's when people say SOP. I say maybe, probably not, but maybe because they could have put this shit to bed. And you see, a lot of the internet shit's changing, man. They watch Jeranism, they watch fucking, you know, they've updated shit. You know, I'll give a couple examples. They updated the fucking the magazine with Picard talking about it as a flat disc without turned edges. You look at the internet version of that, it's changed, man. And that's just a crude example right off the top of my head. They fucking, you know, when we were talking about micrometeorite, Jared and then we're talking about meteorites and how there's supposed to be so many, and then fucking like the next week or two, whatever, then all of a sudden there's a hole in the fucking space station. I mean, dude, I'm not even giving good examples, but you see constant changes and shit. And so there's a lot of people paying attention because it seems like there's more anti-flat earthers speaking out than flat earthers by, you know, I don't know by how much, maybe I'm wrong, but there's a lot of them. And so it's fucking, you know, they act like, you know, it ain't, we're stupid. You know, what are you in here talking to us for if it's such a stupid topic? You know, if we're airheads, it's obviously fucking striking your interest and it's spreading like a motherfucker.
Sure is.
And it's already got to where it's not stupid to talk about with people who ain't even heard about it. It's like just in their brain, and people don't look at you stupid when they hear it like they used to. You know, it's spreading in the overall consciousness of especially with the young people, man. But to end it, I'm gonna say, you know, it seems like they could really put this shit to bed. They're trying to show like, look, we got a continuous clip at ISS, all this shit. Look, fly a fucking plane and fly over both the Air Force bases and bring a few flat earthers, whatever. Fucking I don't know, man. It seems like that's where it's pointing towards. Like it's inevitable. It's gonna boil down to that. And they could pull tricks, whatever, but they're not gonna be able to fake a flight that short. And going over the Air Force bases in pure ice, it's just gonna, you know, either they can, and if they never do it, how long are we gonna keep saying, look, we've been waiting, y'all still ain't fucking done it, you know? Because back then it was Greater Sapien who collected all that money, and he was supposed to be doing it, and we knew he wasn't gonna fucking do it, but he was gonna do it, and all the Globers and shit pitched in and fucking. And no, sure enough, this motherfucker disappeared. I think he came back, gave people their money back. I'm sure I heard, but who knows? But they didn't do it. Then that dude Kelsey comes out and fucking talking all this shit. Then he reneges on it, and now he's like kind of changing his tune.
You're talking about like that pilot dude that just offered like $1,500,000 or something like that. Is that the one? That one? Somehow if you donate or whatever, get $10,000 for each person or something like that. I don't know the great detail. I haven't watched it yet, but that's what I've been.
Yeah, that dude, man. He's fucking. You know, he's lying. I mean, they got him right there, just flat out lying. You know, if you say something, that's one thing, or if you forget. But if you fucking flat out say, no, I didn't say that. I didn't say that, and then they get showed you. saying that you said you didn't say. That's doubling down, and then you come out and you apologize, or you concede, or whatever, and or you're a liar. You know, you can't. It can't be both. You know, once you see, okay, yeah, I did say that. Fuck, I was wrong. I doubled down. I was dead ass wrong. I apologize. I fucking forgot. That was, my mistake. You know, if you don't do that, you're a liar, and that's where that guy stands. So we'll see if he fucking humbles himself, or if he fucking continues running his mouth. Telling more lies.
Hey Brian, did you see the link I sent you that shows that the feather was released after the bowling ball by a split second?
No, I'll go check it. I was doing something, man. The feather was released after the bowling ball?
Yeah, but like 0.1 seconds. I don't know what that
Yeah, but
means.
what I was saying is when they showed the clip, and I had to go back and see what my point even was in my video, and even if I showed the wrong one at the beginning, that wasn't my whole entire point. My point was after the first cut, you could see the bowling ball's higher than the feather. The way it was lined up at the beginning, it was lined up where the top of the feather and the top of the bowling ball, the feather was above it and below it because it was bigger, right? So it was above the bowling ball and below the bowling ball, but mostly below it. But still, there was a little bit of that feather above the bowling ball. And then after the first cut, they show it, and the bowling ball is higher than the feather, And then they show the bottom, and they leveled it back out.
The way it was edited was almost like a troll. Like they were trying to get people to have a problem with it so they could then disprove it or whatever. But yeah, if you watch that video, the first one, I sent you a couple, but
I'm gonna go back and watch them right now.
It's on Indio's channel, and he shows in slow motion that the release does come a split second differently. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, what you say, yeah, that is kind of like a fucking troll. Because, dude, I got all that shit off that video. I don't even remember fucking seeing the I don't even know how I made that mistake with the first cut, man. It's like, how in the fuck did that
I
even
watched
happen?
another one where they were talking about the way it was edited, and it's like the way that the last way they do it. They were saying something about they mixed the two edits together or something like that. So you might want to check that.
Yeah, that could be, man, but it looked like a mistake on my part, but didn't take away from my overall point, but still a concession on my part as far as the very first part of the clip. But yeah, I'm gonna go check them out right now. I'm interested.
Cool.
Hey, Gio, real quick. Not to take away, if you can hear me. The funny thing is, Arma's like, holy shoot, wait a minute. He's like, it does kind of match the footage of the rockets and this and the ISS. It does look like that. He actually, man, I wish I had it recorded, dude. Dang, it was amazing, dude.
Yeah, it sounds interesting. Yeah, so he was modeling it with the rim curve, basically.
Yes, he did it with the
Nice.
circumference of light, right? And he was like, wow, it really does. Wow, it does look like it. He was taken back at it, and he said, yeah, it does. It kind of does work. Like it looks like it.
Yeah, I see B-Ball's in the chat. He often listens on YouTube. So B-Ball, if you're listening, because B-Ball said something today. I think it kind of slipped out, or I'm not sure he meant to say it, but he said we see things, in the distance and all that mimic curvature. He used the word mimic.
Yep.
Which is like interesting because
it's like a hula hoop, like a 360. So higher you go, more spread out it would appear. It's just the angle of incidence, the way you're looking at it.
Exactly. Yeah. Like there's various components that they might be able to say mimic curvature. It isn't actually curvature, but
nope, it's just light.
But yeah,
dude, I'm telling you gotta see it. When Arma gets, you know who Arma is?
Yeah, and he's good at doing that.
Dude, when he gets around here, let him show it. I think he put it under my name or whatever. If I'm not around, have him show you it. Dude, it's absolute. He does is a fisheye lens, and he goes across it, right? So it's a Mercator map, right? It's a square, like the square one. He goes across it, right, with the fisheye lens, and it looks exactly like the time lapse of the ISS. Exactly, looks like a sphere and everything.
Wow.
It looked like everything we see.
Reminds me of August Picard, who said, it looked like a disc with upturned edges.
Yes.
Because like at that altitude, it's not realistic that you would see the entire Earth at all. I mean, the way that we only see a small section of the sky, you're still only going to see a small section of the Earth, even if you're above it. Meaning that you still only see like in that the way, like you're talking about the rim curve, the hula hoop, like you still only see in a circle, and of course how much light allows you to see as well. So it's interesting to think about the idea that it may never be possible to actually see the entire Earth.
Right.
Ever. You're just going to see that little bubble, that little hula hoop, like that little circular area.
Yep. Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson even said to that one guy he was interviewing, I forgot his name, but that the ISS height from the Earth is like from New York to like Michigan or something like that. It's not really that high compared to the size of the Earth. So even if something's up there, they're only getting a small area or small portion of the Earth at the time. They're not really that high.
Yeah. No, that's cool if Arma did like because he's done some other good ones too. He did one with like the stars, and I was pretty impressed with what he can whip together. So yeah, I'd like to see that.
It was pretty cool, man. It was man, I recorded it. It just didn't save, man. It was awesome, dude. It was fantastic. Everybody was just cracking up, dude. When it was great. Guess we should have just came over here because it's live stream.
So it showed like what kind of view did it show? Like you were saying, it showed like convex and concave.
Yes, when he did the fisheye lens, right? And he moved up and down just like how like the rockets work, right? If he moved up, it was like convex, right? And then he moved down a little bit, it went concave. Just the light, the edge of the light, the brim. It was amazing. It was.
And we see that. Yeah, and we see that in a lot of the high altitude footages. Like we see that exact effect.
It's just like light dissipate. Like the inverse square. The max visible distance of light can travel, right? Obviously, a small local sun over a flat plane, the light would extend only so far, and there would be a circumference. It would be a circle. And well, of course, there's going to be some distortion, refraction, and all of that. Got to take it into consideration. But for the most part, it's still, even on a globe, it would be a circle. It's the hemisphere, but still, catch my drift.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it would be like a circular region, just like in a video game or something, like those huge world video games. As you go up, you're only going to be able to resolve. But yeah, that's interesting how like we literally see in a circle and how that plays into a lot of the observations, especially at higher altitude like that.
Yeah, he kind of mocked it up. It looked kind of like what Watson he posted, but not the dark portion. It had where he went up with the fisheye lens, higher on the Mercator map. He had think South Africa on it, and it looked like a ball, exactly like a sphere. But then when he increased the contrast, you could see the rest of the Mercator map. It was absolutely amazing. Yep, look just like that right there. What just like it, just without clouds.
Yeah, see, that's what's even like kind of wild about it, is like pretty trippy actually. Like when you think about it, because I mean, I'm not saying that this is how they're faking globe images per se, although it could be something. But like what WhatsApp just posted. I mean, if let's say the Earth just like an extended plane, just a massive extended level plane, and like you said, the sun would only light up a certain region of it. So depending on what time of day it is, you're going to have your region lit up, and essentially you're going to see in a circle, just like that. And then like you're saying, if there was convex, concave, depending on the lenses, or like when August Picard said it looked like, kind of upturned edges, but it's like you're going to see just a huge circle of land, or, just of Earth. And I often think like, because there's a limit to how far we can see, this is like the really trippy idea. But what if you zoomed out, and what if you could keep zooming out? Let's imagine you go up and then you see this huge circle, like you're talking about the hula hoop, the rim curve, like you're seeing this huge circle. And depending on the atmosphere and the conditions, it's going to show, display to you in a certain way, depending on all those factors. But what if you kept going up? You know, theoretically, if you could keep going, would you just start seeing the entire plane of the Earth? No, I don't think so, because I don't think you can see that far. You're not going to be able to see that far, and the sun's not even going to be lighting it all up anyways. So it's like, what I wonder if what would happen, it's all somewhat theoretical, but if you kept going up, you would just start to see a circle under you of the Earth. And then I don't know what, I guess it would be blackness on the, I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't be like space, but it would just be like unresolvable blackness. And then as you go up, that circle, if you kept going up and up, that circle of the Earth you can see, the little patch of the planar Earth would just get smaller and smaller, and it would start to shrink and eventually disappear.
Yeah, give you that depiction of that you're in so-called outer space and the Earth is a sphere. He did it right there, dude. It was amazing in Blender. He actually like mocked up some kind of like, you know, craft that you know to look like the ISS for a couple seconds, and it looked just like it was. Dude, it matched. It was amazing, dude. You got to see it.
What about all the other ponds? Wouldn't we see all the other ponds too?
Dude, if they're only one portion at a time of the plain Earth with a small local sun is lit up, how? It'll be all. It'll be pitch dark, pitch blackness.
Oh. Yeah, unless there's other suns, I guess, that you couldn't see from this vantage point.
Well, in this idea, like you'd have to have Superman eyes to be able to see further. Like this is from the idea that our eyes have a limit.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Like when you're on the ground, your eyes have the limit of the atmosphere if you're looking straight across the ground. And then when you're looking up, you can definitely see a lot further, which is why we can see stars and stuff that are, you know, much further. But at the same time, you can't see forever because things are gonna, you know, you won't be able to see Polaris when you're in the southern region and so on. So there's still a limit. So even if you went up at high altitude, I mean, this whole idea that you can just snap a picture of the whole globe, the whole Earth, is like, it's such a strange idea that's kind of connected to the globe thing. Yeah, but I don't. It doesn't even work that way, like in reality, in terms of.
And then if you were actually able to go up high enough, not that you would be able to see the whole thing, but like you're saying, if you were to see whatever the pond is that we're in, you'd only see part of it lit up. You wouldn't see the whole thing, obviously. You can only look parts at the sun, and you'd be above the sun then, right? Is what you're saying? And then how would you see anything if you're above the sun? Wouldn't that kind of block out your? You'd still have that like limit of vision, even if you're looking down on it, right? Maybe you couldn't see much further than, you know, certain distance. You wouldn't see anything after a certain distance, you know? Right?
Dude, the thing you posted, Earth is Life. So when Arma did do that, right? And the Blender application, you got that portion where it kind of curved around, just like, you know, you're going around a sphere like the ISS did in time lapse. It kind of went into that. It did that effect going straight across, and then darkness was, dude. You just have to see it. It's crazy, dude. It looks like all the stuff I've seen from rocket footage, from the ISS. It looks just like it. But the funny part is, Gio, when he, you know, takes the light out, right, and removes everything, it shows the Mercator map. It's all flipped. It's great.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I would definitely like to see it. Because it's also kind of wild, like the idea of that hula hoop, like you were saying, as you go higher up in altitude, at some point that's going to look like, just the way I've said it 3 times, I guess, but the way August Picard talked about it, like a circular thing with upturned edges. So not to say that would look like a sphere, although who knows, maybe it would look a little convex, concave. It's hard to even really, know without seeing it in that sense ourselves. But makes you
Picard only go up 10 miles though?
I was just gonna say real quick, just to finish. I was gonna say it makes you wonder, like if they're using some of those techniques, to kind of get a lot of the some of the Himawari and some of that. Like maybe this is what they're doing. Maybe they're going up to high altitude. They're getting a circle. They might add some kind of spherical features to it to try to make it look spherical, but it's pretty interesting if they're.
Dude, all it is I mean the light dissipation itself, the edges of it, or in that area, if you will, gives it its own illusion, and it appears spherical depending on your angle of incidence. And versus the camera lens, right? He used the fisheye and has made it even more ball-y shape, if you will. It is.
How would Picard see anything from 10 miles up, and how could he see like the edge? You know what I'm saying? Like, wouldn't that be like against? First of all, the height wouldn't be high enough, and I'm not trying to say it's debunked, but it just seems a little strange. 10 miles is not very high And
Well,
how would he
right.
see all the way out to what the upturned edge would be?
Right. In my mind, I wouldn't say that necessarily he was seeing any edge. He was just seeing the, like the way that Don calls it, like the rim curve, like the rim of the hula hoop range of field of view that he could see. So it might not have been like the edge of the earth per se. It's just sort of the extent of his field of view at that altitude.
And it could have been because he had portals, you know, that could have been the effect of the portals glass, just like we see with airplanes, but maybe convex instead of, you know, you never know. But yeah, there's a debunk of that WS, whatever that guy's site is. He says that, you know, August Picard talked about the globe all the time. And, you know, he said that he couldn't see curvature, but if he had a ruler, he could, and all these other things that, you know, try to downplay it. And I think they even changed the whole quote in some official source I was hearing a while back. And then his son said something about him believing in the globe and all that too. I don't know.
Yeah. It's interesting. I just posted real quick. This is just like one of those little planisphere star charts. So obviously that's trying to kind of show the section of the sky that you would see. But it's interesting to think about like inverting that. Like what if you were at high altitude and you're looking down, you're going to see like that circle, that circular region of the plane of the Earth.
Right.
And could you then kind of like try to say that's a globe, you know, and a lot of these, like I said, you know, some of these ways that they might be using that.
Dude, when he threw on that fisheye lens and got higher up, every angle he took, he went right, left, and access, dude. It looked just like the globe. It was amazing. They started to warp at the edges. It looked like it kind of wrapped around. It was, and then he got closer. It gave that effect of like, you know, that one, what was it, 2012, where United States looked like bigger than the sphere. It gave that effect as well. I forgot what the camera lens is called. It doesn't change the size of the ball per se, just the content. It looks more spread out, more bigger, larger.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, a lot of the stuff that NASA gives us, like I always think it looks kind of flat, you know, like
yeah.
It's like it doesn't, like sometimes it just doesn't. A lot of them, some of them look better than others. Like whatever that one, the blue marble from when they claimed the Apollo, that one like does have kind of, it looks more spherical. I will say, probably because it's a painting and the guy was pretty good at doing it, whatever that is. But a lot of the other ones, like Himawari and a lot of those, like they literally almost look flat. Like they don't really have, like the features are not really there. And those are the ones that they claim like, oh, we're catching all the clouds, you know, like all the clouds are real time and all that. But be interesting to think if like that's what they're doing, is they're just doing a high altitude render and changing some of the, you know, warping it a little bit or kind of, you know, doing some CGI stuff to it. But it may actually just be a circle of the plane of the Earth from high altitude.
Shout out to What's Up. What's Up's in the live stream. He was on here early this morning, throwing down, making people look stupid. Sorry, go ahead, Don.
No, it's fine. Even like, here's the thing, you know, the claim it's the pizza model or the Pac-Man model. Either way, even if, okay, let's just go with mainstream real quick. The sun is a ball, a big gas ball. That's still going to cast a light on the Earth in a circular pattern. Period. You're still going to get a circumference of light over Earth. Regardless, this is going to happen. I mean, you look up at the sun, it's a circle. Even this is, it's simple.
So we can look up to the sky to see what we're standing on.
It looked right there. What Earth like? That's what it looked like. Just like that. It looked. It's amazing.
Also, if that one video I can't find is correct about Orion's belt lining up not only with the Giza pyramids but other monuments built in that same kind of fashion with the two squares and then the offset square. If there's other places that have been designated to line up or mirror Orion's belt from Easter Island all the way over to Tonga, that would give us the correct placement for the continents if it's still accurate. And then you would be able to look at Orion's belt and know where you are on the Earth given the time of day and date that you looked at it if you do the cycle.
Nice.
Yeah, that video was taken down. It's strange, you know. It's just showing the different places that have the same arrangement. You know, seems like that shouldn't be just taken down. I don't get it. Seems like it might be something to it. That's the case.
It's also an interesting idea, like in terms of this, like what we're talking about. Like, if you were just like, if there was no land and we were just, okay, let's say we're in space or whatever you want to call it, not like NASA space, but if we were just in open ether, basically with no Earth, we would see in a sphere because like we already see in a hemisphere, so we would see in a sphere anyways. So it's like if you took that spherical field of view, which is like the limit of your vision and all of that, and then if you're up at high altitude, like it makes sense, like what Don's saying, that it could have that quality because you're already seeing in a sphere and then you're just seeing a massive planar Earth beneath you, but that has to be rendered within the sphere of your vision, within the field of view. Which is kind of why the sky looks hemispherical. Like it may not actually be that pronounced hemispherical, but it looks like that just because of the way that we see in a sphere, and it's kind of like within the larger system.
Right. I mean, I'd give it the Globers, okay, they will invoke refraction. We have Atmo and all that air and everything. I get it. I understand that. But for the most part, light still comes in and we see a circular. We see everything in circles. It's weird. I noticed that when I went out to Lake Michigan and I went up higher elevation and that circle just got wider, spread out way more. And it was weird. And that's what kind of actually clicked in my mind. Like, wait a minute, this is what a small local sun would be. And that's when I took off with it. There's no way I'm the only one that thought of this. There's got to be somebody else that thought this back then. There's just no way. They might not have had a program to show it, or I don't know. I'm surprised nobody really brings it up as much.
Thought of what? I guess I missed what you guys were talking about your Blender thing.
Yeah, dude. If I see, well, Arma's great at Blender, man. If I was as good as Arma was at it, I have to give it to him on that. I would be doing this already and showcasing it. Like,
it's pretty cool, isn't it? To like be able to sit there with somebody and you're like, make it a bit bigger. Now go over there. Now do this. And it's just like on the fly watching this world be created for you.
Yeah, it was wild. I think I need to learn.
So Ken Wheeler admitted that it's a plane.
Yeah, he said, I've been
That's
saying it.
huge.
Yeah, that is crazy. He did, yeah. I'd figured it, I mean, for a little bit, man, that he might have been on that side because he wouldn't answer it directly sometimes. I was like,
Right. Yeah. Well, is that just recently that happened?
Yeah, it happened today. No, they were just live.
Wow. Okay. Did you ever see the videos he put out with like his model that he was like his complete model that he was putting out? It looked like a flat Earth model, but I didn't pay much attention to it because I was thinking he was still a glober, but not. Go back and find that.
I ain't seen that.
Everything he talks about is flat Earth. He debunks everything about the globe. There's no way he could be a fucking glober.
All right.
He said, I was listening to parts of it, the talk with Bob Nodell and Jaron and David Weiss, and I was listening to parts of it. I'm going to go back and listen to the whole thing, but he said at one point, Bob was talking about the 8 inches per mile squared and everything, and Ken Wheeler like instantly jumped in, like didn't really interrupt him. He kind of jumped right in. He said, it's not the exact quote I'm saying, but he said something like, he's like, there is absolutely no, observable, measurable, detectable curvature anywhere as far as I've found, so he definitely was saying that as well. So he's aware there's no curve.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, how could you talk about the dielectric plane and not think it's a plane, basically?
Well, that's the thing, but it's kind of been a mystery to like the whole community. Like this is pretty momentous. Like, because I mean,
yeah,
maybe, I mean, I don't listen to all of his videos and all of his stuff, so it's possible, but I also kind of know like the rest of the community, the different content creators and people talking about him. And it's like, yeah, that's been talked about for years, because he talks about the dielectric inertial plane, and I've heard, a lot of these guys, I mean, not just the Globebusters guys, but other people too, saying like, how much it just fits into like what Ken Wheeler's talking about, the magnetism and all of those components. Like he talks about the dielectric inertial plane, and it's like, well, does he think the Earth is the dielectric inertial plane? Like it kind of has to be within the magnetic field, because the globe idea of a magnetic field just doesn't work at all. It's not even the way magnets work or anything. So you would think that if he knows magnetism really well, he would know that. And yeah, apparently he does.
Do it, but that was mind-boggling when
he's big on the ether.
Yep. No, it was
The ether
mind-boggling.
doesn't
Go ahead.
doesn't comport with the globe. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Doug.
It was amazing though when Dave Weiss is like, I get it, I understand you don't think the Earth is flat because you haven't looked into it or something like that. He was saying, and he cut him off. He was like, I've been saying it's a plane for millions. Like, I was like, okay, there you go. I was like, that put a nail in the coffin right there. As soon as he said that.
I don't think he's been saying that though. He's probably just he's realized it, and now he wants to say that he's been saying it. Maybe he said it to his friend, but I don't think he was saying that on a live stream, or somebody would have caught it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he may have been trying to stay a little bit out of the drama park. Like he does have all of his subscribers and stuff, so it's possible that he wasn't willing to kind of come out about it until now. Like I said, I know that he did a couple like longer podcasts with Santos Bonacci, and I haven't listened to all those. He did like 2 or 3 of them, and I can't believe the shape of the Earth didn't come up in those discussions, but I guess I'm not sure on that. So I thought maybe something happened there too.
How long ago was that?
I want to say they did a couple, but it was like all within the last 2 to 3 months. They did a couple, yeah.
I don't know why I'm echoing, but somebody, maybe, I don't know if it was somebody that muted. Okay, good.
Yeah, I don't know if Ken Wheeler just decided to kind of come out about it, or whether things just clicked for. Now I want to know more. Like, did things kind of click for him? Like, did he actually kind of come to a realization of this within the last, X amount of time, and was just kind of waiting to come out about it? Or is it something that, that he has thought for a long time? I mean, I heard him talking on that, from the part I heard, he was talking about, the Apollo missions, the moon landing, all being bullshit. So, I mean, he obviously knows a lot of that stuff. So yeah, I just wonder if he like recently kind of shifted his viewpoints or came to a conclusion, or whether he's kind of known about this all along and he's just more kind of coming out now about it, or at least a little bit, more publicly about it.
Yeah, his stuff about atomism, and how we basically everything about the current science is all about atomism, and he's about the ether. I mean it was that was mind-boggling that he would still think we're on a globe, with total contradiction to everything else he's saying. Plus, he's all about photography, so I mean, he knows perspective for sure.
There you go. Oh.
There's one with Mr. Astrotheology from 9 months ago. The ether exists, with Ken Wheeler. I'll post that one. I'm gonna do a search on this guy now.
Dude, I think David Beverly, I think that's his name. You guys know who that is?
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, he's I guess an ex-NASA employee. Used to do data censoring and projecting stuff or whatever, but he learned a lot from Ken Wheeler, I guess.
He's like the guy you'd love to have as a neighbor, regardless of what he says. The guy resourceful and shit, He always got like the tips on all the shit. you see he's making those alligator wallets and recommending that you get some, like, you know, at least 3 months of food and all that kind of stuff. He wasn't like trying to promote any kind of, you know, look in the description and get my survival package. It wasn't like that, but he definitely thinks that there might be a time where we're gonna need some extra food. He also has some really just good health recommendations, even though he probably doesn't seem like the healthiest person, but about honey, which to buy, where he gets, you know, certain what he likes as far as, you know, storage of food and the reasons he stores it a certain way. Also, there's something about he made a homemade vortex water. What was it? When you magnetize water, I forget what they call it. Structured water. And he's like that the devices you'll get that you pay hundreds of dollars for are not even close to as good as the one I made for, you know, for less than $100 or whatever. And he shows you exactly how to make it and everything. What does anybody think about structured water?
Yeah, for sure. And vortexing water does structure it.
Yep.
Like if you vortex it in the same direction as the ether, it structures it. And if you vortex it in the opposite direction of the ether, it destructures it. So you can essentially like unstructure and restructure it through the direction of spin. So if you do it like, if you're looking at if you have like a glass of water, and you're looking at it from the top down, if you do it clockwise, and that would be with the ether, you know, like with the sun, the moon, the whole thing. So yeah, you can like vortex it to create different states. Like,
Well, he's got a video that he put out 3 hours ago called Fields Unified Ether Unification. I'll post it. Fields Unified. Wow. Ether Unification. That sounds pretty good. 3 hours ago.
yeah, I wonder what's going to happen. I mean, as far as I know, that's the first video, the one with the Glowbusters guys today. That's the first one I've ever seen of Ken Wheeler ever having the term flat Earth in any video that he's been in, as far as I know.
Yeah, he's just
It's
saying
not posted
here.
on his channel.
I wonder how long it'll take for him to denounce flat Earth when people say that they're flat Earth or not.
What's that, mailman?
Just wondering how long it'll take for Ken Wheeler to say that he's not a flat earther, because he's been joking about flat earthers. So most of his followers, I think, are not flat earthers.
So you think that he would denounce it because of his followers, not because he actually thinks it's a globe?
Yeah, because I think he actually thinks it's a globe. If you go with what he's saying, I think it'll form a sphere.
Well, how could all the things he's talking about, the dielectric plane, how does the ether comport with this? He's totally all about the ether, and the globe proponents don't believe in that, right?
Yep, but he's like, there's been a lot of globers in the past, in the history, who actually came up with the ether. So
okay.
So you can
So
have
you think
ether
the
and
ether is
globe.
possible?
No, I'm saying that you can have a globe.
Okay, so you think how do you do that? How is that possible?
Well, you can ask those who came up with ether. They said that it's a geostationary Earth with ether running around.
Oh, okay. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, he's going on about ether, and he said that flat earthers are ridiculous, and he's a glober. So somehow he has ether and a globe.
Did you watch the clip that was put in there where he basically said the opposite?
He said that it debunks globe.
Yeah, and where
he says that he's been saying. Go ahead, Gio.
Yeah, I mean, mailman, where are you saying that he's making fun of flat earthers or any of that stuff? He just said today in a video with the Glowbusters guys, the Earth's a plane, and he said he's been saying that in his videos for years.
Or saying it, not in his videos, not in his videos.
There's a video.
Oh, okay.
There's a video.
He's been saying it. You're saying, yeah, not.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a video of him saying that there's a word that some people don't want him to say, sphere. That's in one of his videos where he's saying that flat earthers don't want him to say that the Earth is a sphere, and he says that yeah, there's some people who don't want him to use the word sphere and the sphere, and he was going on making fun of flat earthers in that video.
Oh, post it because I haven't never heard of him make fun of flat earthers. That's for sure.
Sure, I can try to find it. It's in one of AB Science's videos when he's going through the explanation for magnetism, but I can try to find the video.
Did you watch the one with David Weiss today, or the one with Bob?
I was in the middle of watching it. I had to pause it when Weiss said that Stephen Hawkins isn't Stephen Hawkins, and then I'm gonna get back to the video sometime.
Why did you pause it on that part?
Because I'm at work. So.
Oh, I see. Yeah, was David? I haven't watched it yet myself, but was David Weiss talking about Stephen Hawking being like the guy playing Stephen Hawking was an actor at the end or later in his life?
Seems like there's a couple different of those guys. Yeah, doesn't seem like they're all the same.
I heard it was Michael Buscemi.
Did you hear the connection? Oh yeah, geez, I don't know. Have you heard about his brother? You said?
Yeah, Michael Buscemi. Just look up pictures of Michael Buscemi. Looks like it could be the guy.
That's crazy. Have you heard of like that? Stephen Hawking was actually like talking about the Earth being geocentric and not being a globe. And
no,
yeah, like he wrote like some papers on it. And I don't have like 100% citation for this, but I had just read it, so yeah, I don't know if it's true or what, but there's like some kind of legend around like that he actually started breaking from the heliocentric bullshit model, and then essentially they maybe did this to him, poisoned him, whatever, and then from there forward, programmed in the heliocentric bullshit. So like I said, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know if that's considered speculation or, it was something that I saw and I was like, but there was some data for it. Like there was like a paper
That'd
for
be nice
it.
to find.
Yeah. That he was actually kind of like, that he was like co-opted basically.
And then it like, or even killed off and replaced with an actor and, or whatever, that
yeah,
he then would be like the example of what happens to people that go against the globe. This will happen to you. It's just so ridiculous. They wheel him out and he's supposed to be like talking in complete paragraphs, completely structured sentences by like moving his cheek. I mean, wouldn't they have that technology for anybody in that condition if that was the case?
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous what they did with him.
Oof. Well, I think you're breaking up.
I'm in the garage.
I think there's also a thing where like there's no video of Stephen Hawking like talking before his like illness.
That is weird.
Well, this is absolutely amazing, Gio. So, do you know who Flurfer Daddy is? Oh, he's banned from here, I guess.
No, he wouldn't be banned from here. Who is that?
Flurf Daddy. I don't know what he's saying. I got the idea from him from Brandon's about the rim curve thing or something.
Flurfer Nerfer?
No, Flurf Daddy. It used to. I think his name was Pope something before.
Space Pope.
Space Pope. Yeah.
Sorry, can I say a quick thing?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I said that Ken Wheeler is making fun of flat earthers, and it's in the video that I posted. It's from Planar Walk, but there's a clip of him talking, Ken Wheeler talking. It's at 23 seconds about the sphere.
Yep. When people come around when they decide to come around or see something different, right? But here's the funny thing: he says he's banned, but he's claiming that I got the idea of rim curve from him.
Yeah, if you're talking about Babs, like Space Pope, basically he's so toxic and disruptive. So he was given like a timeout on this server, but I think that's already expired. But after he was given a timeout, he was like running around telling everyone he was banned, but he's not banned. He never was banned.
Oh wow, that's tough. Well, you know, the funny thing is he claims he has receipts of me getting the idea from him, from Brandon's. I like to see. I don't ever at all whatsoever recollect. Now I have learned things from people, and I'll admit it, but I don't remember getting this idea from anybody. I actually remember coming to the idea when I looked up large body of water, and I came on this panel. I think it was the first time I ever actually talked about it. Might have been here, maybe not. No, it was way before that. But I talked to you about it, and I called it apparent rim curve. And people were saying rim job, so I stopped saying it like that. So I just said circumference of light.
He's saying right now what he's in the YouTube chat or something?
He has to be, because that's the only way he can hear this. Dude, I don't recollect getting this idea from him at all. It's so weird.
I actually just looked at his account and he had like a warning thing on there, but I think maybe the bot might have malfunctioned or something, because he still had a warning on his thing, and usually like when it does the timeout account restriction thing, it should put the rolls back. So yeah, I'm not sure. So I just
so he's not banned, right?
Yeah, so he's fine now. Yeah, I took it off him. I mean, at first, like I said, it was a timeout, but actually when I looked at it now, it does look like maybe there was some mishap with the bot didn't do the rolls right or something. So
yeah, I'd like for him to join and try to let me know how I learned this idea from him. I like to know. Well,
he usually listens on YouTube, like pretty much all the time. So he's usually on there. Even like, he'll usually type in here, even though he's listening on there.
Here's the thing: it's not about who came up with the idea, right? I don't care about that. It's who's gonna follow through with it, all right? Who can showcase? It doesn't matter. It's the truth. But I just, like I said, I don't remember getting it from anybody.
Did you already explain the idea? I must have been spacing out, or it was before I came in or something. You don't have to go into it again.
I just used to call it apparent rim edge or rim curve. And people like Peyton Asashiel used to say rim. I'm like, okay, I don't want to say it like that. And then people started thinking rim job. So I stopped saying it like that. It's just light.
Are you talking about the local sun?
Uh-oh. That is, well, yeah.
Yep. That's, yeah. I'm just wondering, like, if it's local, would you still agree that you can get the same angle to the sun using the bubble sextant with any elevation on it?
I have to take away what you said, Mom, but here's the kicker. F Flirtford, or whatever his name is, he said Babs. You know him as Babs. If he was aware of this, why they didn't talk about it? That's the interesting point, and how it demonstrates.
What is it that you found out? Like, what's the? I don't even understand what you're talking about. Something about Blender, right?
Yeah, you see that image right there? What's up posted? The so-called sphere. You actually can get that with a spotlight over the Mercator map in Blender.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
Gotcha. Yeah, the whole idea, like when like Kosho or whoever is defending the balls, they say it's like, you know, when we ask why is it that it's supposed to be you know, an ellipsoid, but it looks like a perfect sphere. And they say, well, that actually, if you did the measurements, it is an ellipsoid, but it just, you know, you have to do the specific measurements. Is that really the claim, that it looks like a perfect ball, but it's actually the pair or the ellipsoid that they claim? Is this really what most ballers think it's supposed to look like, or isn't it supposed to be a little bit more ellipsoid looking?
Yeah, but they said it's like 14, roughly 14, 16 miles at the bulge, right? So it's kind of like it's hard. You can hardly tell. They supposedly say. So it's kind of
But
almost exactly as this. But then you got a weird up. It's just go ahead.
Doesn't all the math have to be circular though? Doesn't it only work with I think I heard Bacon on here, at least admitting that they assume the ball measurements, even though it's an ellipsoid, which would change the different elevations and stuff. Sorry, Bacon, if I'm misquoting you, but I think you were kind of like almost admitting that it would be different if it's an ellipsoid.
Yeah.
Man, what do you have to say about that? Anyway. Yeah, the way that they make the continent so big, like the different sizes of the continents, makes me think, yeah, that the whole spotlight idea, it's just a matter of which continent is in the middle at the time. It doesn't work out proportionally the way they show it, for sure.
Dude, once you
Especially
see
with the Hemorrhari.
right, once you see Arma's whole mock-up that he has, dude.
Who's Arma?
Yeah, Arma,
I don't know Arma.
Well, yeah, he's pretty cool with Blender. He actually does a lot of cool things with Blender, but it's wild. It shows how the ISS go over the Mercator map, like the Pac-Man map. You can go straight across with like a fisheye lens, and it will just look like a sphere, like it's going around. It's wild.
Cool. Does Arma have a channel or something?
No, I was recording it, but it did not save. He actually, man, it was fantastic, dude. He actually said, "Yeah, it does look like it. It does look similar to it."
Is he a baller?
Yes.
Okay. He at least conceded that it does look like it.
Yep, looks like the rocket footage. You even got concave, convexed with the fisheye lens, with just the light curving, not the actual Earth. It was great.
I was looking for a video earlier today that I couldn't find. But have you guys seen that Flat Earth Banjo video? I think I've posted it a couple times, where it looks like it's a really long shot where you see the sun and the moon, and it's a high altitude balloon, and it looks like the sun's down like in the clouds and that kind of thing, even though that's kind of a strange idea, but it looks like it is at least. And it's a really convincing video. It came out in 2016, which is surprising, but it's one of the most convincing high altitude balloon videos, even though that you'd have to accept the sun and the moon. And actually the moon's brighter in it because the sun's obscured by clouds. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Well, maybe if I seen it.
I'll find it. We should analyze it. See what the ballers say about it. See if they have a good debunk.
Dude, it was amazing, dude, how Blender made it look like that image right there. Like the spotlight, dude, when he used the fisheye lens and went out further away from it, from the Mercator map, it looked like a globe. It was great. Oh, man.
That would be a funny moment, I think.
It was, yeah. Arma was laughing. He was cracking up quite a bit.
He's a good sport.
Yeah. He's the Arma's all right. I think we were talking about this before, right? And me and you. I think it was with the sextant though at one time.
Could
How
be.
Might have been.
Here's one that looks like it's an extreme claim if true, and it shows the sun and the moon like right next to each other in the sky. Also on Flat Earth Banjo's channel. Have at it, ballers. Let's see.
Is that real?
Yeah, exactly.
What's wrong with
I
the
don't
sun
know.
and the moon being in the sky at the same time?
That
Like
close?
the way it shows in that video, just from looking at the screenshot, the screen cap that they use for it.
Oh, right. Yeah, you shouldn't have a full moon in the sky at the same.
Well, right next to each other like that. You see how it
Yeah.
looks?
It shouldn't be a full. It should be nearly.
There's no way. How would it light up the face of the moon if the sun's behind it? If that was the claim, the mainstream claim is that
Yeah, that looks like an extreme claim, but I don't usually think flat Earth evangelists trying to do all that. Let's see.
Yeah,
Oh,
But
here.
same as we had with Brian earlier today. I don't think the only explanation for somebody presenting something false is that they are deliberately lying.
Yeah. Hey, actually, this is the one I'm talking about. I just posted it. Do you want to share it? Eggshells. This is one that's like an extreme claim that I don't know if a lot of flat earthers would even believe, but I can't find where the debunk is. I mean, it looks like real balloon footage, high altitude balloon footage. I don't know
dude,
if you
that
want to.
right there just checks out more of my I would say I don't want to call it a hypothesis. I don't want to reach that far. Just to spotlight a small local sun and how it would appear over a flat Earth. It just would look spherical. It's just that simple.
Hey,
Yeah.
Don, check out the video that Eggshells is sharing right now. This is the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's
Got the date and everything.
That fat guy in glasses is a glober? I thought he was a flat earther.
Who?
Ken Wheeler. Ken Wheeler just came out today saying it's a plane.
Did he?
well, I've been taken out of context. Is he cut Dave off instead of him saying it's a plane? I mean, it's out of his words. I mean, why? It's because Dave Weiss said, "Well, I understand you don't think the Earth is flat because you didn't look into it, all that," and then he cut him off. Said that. That's a weird
Hey,
way.
hey, Nate, check out the video that Writing's sharing right now. See what you think of this.
They're writing. All right.
Coming up, the high altitude footage. If 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 this is real, I don't know what to say.
What is the footage of?
It's a high altitude balloon footage at night, and it shows the sun and the moon, and it stays up a long time, and it does like 5 circles, and just crazy. Like the moon's brighter than the sun, and the sun's like in the clouds and shit. It's weird.
Is that a solar filter he's got on there?
Looks like it.
I don't think so. You wouldn't be seeing much at nighttime. Maybe
That's true. Maybe it's an infrared type thing,
Or maybe it's some kind. It looks like some kind of filter.
night vision or
I
something.
think he's
Maybe
just got a fairly ordinary camera, but he's put it in some sort of box or something, and that's causing the vignetting.
Yeah, maybe that.
Is my stream flickering for other people?
No, this is perfect.
You want to go full screen though?
I don't know, but look at that camera lens. How it looks like a ball. Look at that. There's a ball in outer space.
Nah.
Oh, dude, I haven't seen this. No, not at all. This is gonna be interesting.
The clouds, nice. Oh shit!
Oh, whoa, that's the moon. Is it?
That's crazy.
Bro, wow.
Yeah, it's a ball. We done here?
Don't close your eyes and watch it on full HD. Who would who would put on a video and close their eyes?
Mhm.
Oh, the music's awesome though.
Yeah.
I came to this high altitude balloon video for.
I think he's just being excited in the text, maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's just doctored. I mean, it looks like the sun's down in the clouds.
Well, as it should on a ball, it should set behind the clouds. Should dip behind the.
Ah, but then look how
Kind of
close it looks, though.
This looks so real.
I know.
It's crazy. Wow. And this is just an ordinary dude. He doesn't work in NASA. Wow.
He's trying to get that Perseid meteor or one of those meteor showers, isn't he?
So you're saying that the sun could be 93 million miles away and still look like that from this high altitude balloon?
I don't know. I mean, I don't see why not. I'm not quite understanding what you're saying it should look like.
It looks like a local sun down in the clouds.
Oh, look at
Oh,
that. Look.
really?
Oh, that moon right there looks like it's really local. There's no way around that. It's lighting up the clouds right around it.
That sun's 93
Yeah,
million
very
miles
local.
away.
Dude, we should have paused it right, dude. Wow, I've never seen it at night. Not like this.
I can't believe this is out in 2016. It's not like one of Flat Earth's like main videos they analyze or whatever.
It's really weird.
Not really sure what it shows.
Yeah, that's
though.
a good
Sure
one.
what it shows.
Essentially shows you seeing across the entire plane, the sun and the moon.
Mm-hmm.
You're seeing
you see
across
that moon, dude.
the
That
Yeah,
whole
this
thing.
this definitely
both of those
proves
local
that.
lights.
Yeah, this proves that it's a sphere beyond a reasonable doubt. So.
Yeah, I hope he shows that moon again. I wonder if it will stop at the moon. That would be awesome.
Is it opposite day? I've looked into the people who filmed that. It's like a group. I went on a little rabbit hole once and started kind of Googling who they are. And yeah, they're not necessarily flat Earth related at all, but they are like some like astronomy group, and they've done these different high altitude footage. So they caught that without even really knowing what they were catching.
Dude, that's nuts,
Wow.
dude.
Wow.
Look how
Yeah,
it
they
angles.
were
Look how
they
bright the moon
were
is.
focused on the meteors.
Look how small it looks right there at the edges. I think kind of like.
The moon looks like the sun.
Oh, really?
And you can see the hot spots. It's like it's right there.
Right.
Doesn't look like it's floating out around a sphere at all. It looks like it's hovering right over a plane.
If that's the sun
With the
from 93
spotlight.
million miles away, I don't understand how you guys could interpret it that way. I really don't.
Well, they would just claim it's really, really, really big in the sky.
It's at an angle from setting below the ball.
It
That
is
makes no
huge. But yeah, I think it's game over. You know.
sense. Thanks for your
Look how flat
concession.
that is right there. Look at that area. It looks like a disc, dude. It's just weird how vision works.
It's such a long take too. I haven't seen any footage that gives you this much. But especially with both the sun and the moon right there.
Wow. And look how bright the moon is. So it's so bright it blocks out your perspective of being able to see further beyond it.
And how could the sun be lighting it up from this angle? It looks like the sun's in the clouds and shit.
Where else should it be, bro?
I don't know. That's the thing. We have to all start figuring this shit out because we're not told the truth
But,
about
I
it,
mean,
obviously.
This is what the globe predicts. Like I don't understand. This is what you expect to see on a globe. This is what we are told we should see on a globe.
Yes,
Like,
I'm not understanding the bit that
yeah,
should
what
straight
else
to
do
the
That's
we
world.
need to look
crazy.
into?
Are you guys being serious?
What?
Are you being serious with the Are You Being Serious game again, new perspective?
Yeah.
No, I think it's just so interesting. If we really are both seeing this as a confirmation of what we think, and it's the opposite, that's really
All right,
interesting.
explain how this like confirms how is this a flat Earth? Could you explain that?
Well, it looks like the sun and the moon are local. Like, doesn't look at all like they're that far away.
They always look local,
How
bro.
would it look if they were far away?
Yeah, a full moon looks local. Like like
They
what
would look far
do you
away.
mean?
I don't know how else to explain it.
How would you tell in this image whether something was far away or not?
You're trolling. Come on.
No.
Oh my god.
He's basically
this
saying you
incredulity thing,
can't.
where rather than having a
So the
conversation,
sun under
we
the
just
clouds. Okay, wait. I just want to understand. Okay, you're saying
show
under.
confusion at
Okay, so
somebody or
you can see that it looks like the sun's under the clouds, right? So you're saying that the angle of the sun is actually still 93 million miles away, but it's coming up at us, and it's up lighting up the clouds from the angle, but it's because it's going below the ball Earth somehow, and still looking like a full sun underneath the clouds. Is that what you're
So,
saying?
are you talking about this bit up in the top left? I don't know if you can see my mouse, or do you mean down here where the?
Well, both of them are the same. It's the sun, right?
Well,
Either way.
and they look like very different effects to me. Is why I'm asking.
But both, yeah, they
Let me
both
scroll
look like a local sun under the clouds to me.
This is exactly what the top left bit out of an airplane window is exactly what I would expect as the sun sets and you go up in the sky. There is going to be a point at which the sun is lower than you.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's
I can
going to
understand that with that picture. Yeah.
past the ocean and hit the underside of clouds, which interestingly in FE doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Yes, it
How
does make
the
sense.
sun could light the underside of clouds is mind-boggling if the sun stays 3,000 or whatever.
I can see why Flat Earthers never touched this video. You know, even though it came out so long ago, I can see why y'all stayed away from this one.
Right. And so
Well,
it
I
does
don't think
make
that.
sense
I
because
don't.
it does make sense on a
I just want to know. I don't want to just support something that supports a flat Earth. I don't want to just go like, oh well, if it doesn't support a flat Earth, you know, this looks like a close and local sun, and especially in that first part where it looks like the sun's right there, not like just part of the sun light coming up from underneath the ball at an angle.
Well, here's the thing I want to break down that sunrise and sunset, that's more refraction. So we're going to see more of the apparent location of the sun, not the physical actual sun, right? So the dissipation of the light will scatter, right? So is that the actual sun? Because there's a lot of claims that there's two suns.
Yes, it's so fascinating to me. Like,
Yeah.
here's what I think is happening.
I get what you're saying on the globe, but I'm trying to explain it on how it works on a plane as well.
Two
Like how
suns?
it makes
Really?
perfect sense. Yes,
Here's
it
what
would
I
make
think
sense.
is happening. If you're interested, new perspective,
It's
that
simple,
light's
yeah.
going to have to go like that. So if you go to the right position here, you'll look down. There might be some cloud cover like that, but there could be points at which sunlight gets under it. That to me seems more of a problem for a flat Earth, where it's all here, the sun's always up here, the balloon's gone up here, the clouds are down here, but somehow that sunlight's going up here. Doesn't make sense.
Okay,
to me on flat.
I commend you. I commend you on getting the what seems to be the proportions of the sun compared to Earth, right? But let's put it 93 million miles away.
The proportions aren't what matters. What matters is the angle. The angle of this, as that makes its path around there, will eventually dip below the horizon, and you'll have a sort of,
I get that.
This is all in shadow, and this.
But in the beginning of the video, it looked like the sun in the clouds. It didn't look like the sun light coming up through the clouds from an angle. If you go back in the video in the very beginning, it looked like the ball sun in the clouds, right there.
Oh, I see. What you were saying is it had this effect of like the sun sitting here and there's clouds behind and in front.
It seems so. That was the illusion.
Yeah,
If it's
I mean, you're talking about earlier on in the video. That did look quite
Yeah.
cool. I'm not sure that's just not an effective. Like that's just what
Well,
it looks
yeah.
like. It's not actually
Couldn't
it.
be sure, but it doesn't look like the sun coming from 93 million miles away and just appearing to be in the clouds.
I mean, like I
It's
just
very-
think
at
if
the very
the
beginning.
sun actually sat within clouds at any time, we'd know about it because it is, particularly in Australia, on a hot day, really fucking hot. Like you step outside and that sun starts to cook you immediately. You feel it, and if you spend 30
Right.
minutes outside without sun cream or covering up, you'll be like a lobster. So
Right.
if that thing comes down so close that sometimes it touches clouds, and I've walked up hills to touch clouds, there seems to be a problem for me. I imagine it would boil.
I would
the
agree.
ocean.
I would
I
agree
imagine
that,
that too, if the Earth
in
was
the
3
clouds
million
does seem too
closer
close.
to the-
But
I'd agree
Go
with
ahead.
you. You use that same logic with your modem when the Earth is 3 million miles closer to the sun. When the periapsis,
getting closer, I think, would make it hotter. Wouldn't?
yeah, the
wouldn't it
periapsis. You know
wouldn't
the
it all
periapsis.
surprise me if that's some of why we've got harsher summers down here? But it's one of the things that affects temperature, right? The other is going to be how long is your day.
doesn't it
Well,
seem strange that like a small little cloud can block out all the sunlight and you don't feel the heat? hardly at all.
I was gonna say
Not
about the sun in the clouds thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the sun is actually in any clouds. I think that it's just that it's seen through certain layers of clouds. So, for example, imagine like let's take just for discussion's sake, like an AE type map, and let's say you're in South Africa. So you're standing there in South Africa, and the sun is moving away from you, and it's setting. So let's say it's somewhere over South America, and you're in South Africa, and the sun is going to be setting, whatever the position it's in. If you have local clouds in your local area in South Africa, off the coast in your region, then you're going to see those clouds, obviously because they're local. The sun, even though it's way, way across the plane, far away, it may appear to you to be in the clouds or something of that effect, but it isn't that it's actually in the clouds. It's just that it's being seen through your local region, your local covering of clouds. So in that same concept, in that video you're looking at, if you're up at altitude and you have clouds at a certain altitude, if the sun is very, very far away, it's just like when the sun sets, it gets further down closer to the horizon. So the sun is still above the clouds, way over on the other side of the plane. But from your point of perspective, it can look like it is under them for that same reason, because you have local clouds around you, then you have the sun at a further point, and the two layers are just overlapping essentially.
That's how they're gonna explain it, how it works. Yup, due to perspective of the way the angle. Yup, same way.
Can I say a quick thing about the video that you showed pictures?
Yeah.
To me, it just looks like the sun, sort of sun over there. It looks just like city lights under the clouds. Don't see no difference in the pictures that I've seen of just city lights lighting up the clouds from below. Because the sun wouldn't, if the earth was flat, the sun wouldn't even be there. Did I get out?
No, I can hear you. I was.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah,
was
to
just
me, it
typing.
has. To me, it looks like a city under the clouds. I mean, I don't see the sun. There's no ball of light there.
Yeah, there's not really much in this. I get what you're saying. I think I get your point about it, new perspective, but there's not much I'm seeing in this that I would go, oh, that is incompatible with Globe Earth. That's certainly cool, watching this bit here. I see what you're saying, where the sun's lighting up this whole region of clouds from below. Wouldn't even surprise me if that's not direct sunlight on those clouds, given there's not much not much light on the horizon, and that's actually just sort of like scattered light from a further around dusk. But how would you get that? How would you get sun below the observer and below clouds? So, because to me, if light's moving in roughly straight paths, I would say the sun has to be down here somewhere, and those clouds, given the altitude, I would say the Earth has to be sort of pretty close to under the clouds. Where are you putting the sun there?
I was muted. I was talking this whole time. There's a lot of really close looking suns in the clouds with what seems to look like clouds behind the sun. I'll post some of them. I'm not claiming I think any of these are necessarily that exactly, but there's a lot of at least seeming to be videos that show that. I don't know what the trick is or how it actually could be what these people are talking about.
Yes, I have seen that before. It does look super cool. Yeah, it looks like it's sort of sitting in clouds, like a sort
Yeah.
of light bulb.
So how do you explain that? It's just being projected from 93 million miles away to look like that?
Kind of. Okay. I'll answer that if then we can go back. How do I answer that? I mean, I think it's probably it's an illusion. I don't think that cloud is really behind it. What I think is happening is, if I took one of Rakia's photos, why is my snip working? Does anybody have their screen snip just doesn't work on some days? Like
I don't use it.
Oh, it's so good. What is it? Control Shift S, and you just grab a part of the screen. It's amazing.
You mean screenshot? Like it just you can like make a
grab a portion of the screen. I would expect, like in this, that whatever is like I've drawn a fairly dull, boring, shitty drawing of it, but like that wisp that's meant to be behind it, I think is still just in front of it. It's just when it's in front of it, when it's directly in front of the sun, the rays of the sun are so strong that you still get a clear image of them because it's wispy. Whereas the other stuff that is clearly in front of it, I think, is thicker, denser, harder to see through cloud.
I'm posting this one with the above the. I mean, this one's crazy just to look at it. It's a TikTok type thing, but it's. I mean, I don't even know what to think of that. Like, it's just so huge in the sky.
That I mean, huge in the sky. You need to go. Yeah, everything's huge if we zoom in. Is that real?
I guess.
Wow, that looks
yeah,
like
exactly.
footage, doesn't it?
It looks like a fake footage, doesn't it? It's hard to even think that's possible.
Because I did see another one that was pretty cool that lined up. I think it was Left Lane. You posted it. Himawari matched with footage out of plane window, matched with something else, and the footage out of plane window is just amazing. Watching this black sort of circle of shadow whiz past.
Yeah, when I see these eclipses, it's just hard to imagine that's like the coincidence of the 400 times further away and 400 times smaller thing. That just does not at all seem like what's going on.
Do the eclipses, when you see images or videos of eclipses on Jupiter, do they look roughly like what you'd expect them to look like?
I've never been on Jupiter.
Eclipses on Jupiter.
You know, you've seen footage of it though, right?
No.
No, some CGI or something?
No, just backyard astronomers and stuff where they catch them, because Jupiter's got a shit ton of moons, right? How many moons does it have? Like, just extraordinary number.
Why would they look like what we see our sun? Though?
But you can see, this is what you see. I'm not sure if this is, I think this is actual footage or photos put together to make a thingy. Isn't that like roughly what you'd expect it to look like? Right, you can clearly see the Umbra business there.
Okay, wait. What are you talking about?
You don't think it's at least somewhat odd, to say the least, that, you know, the big... is my connection dropping?
No.
No, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, my internet is a little bit going out right now, I think, but it just shows my voice connected thing is in the red. But anyways, I was just saying that, like, you know, the idea, like, you know, the Big Bang, the balls that all form together, the solar system, the whole thing, it doesn't seem in any way odd to you, like, writing that just this like coincidence that the sun and the moon happen to just match up absolutely perfectly to cause these eclipses and the orbits. Like for being kind of like an atheist Big Bang type thing, that doesn't seem odd that it would all line up like that with such perfection.
If you mean specifically just the moon happening to be at the right distance to line up quite neatly or quite closely with the sun, yeah, it does seem like a bit of a coincidence. Like not something amazing because there's not really anything beyond that it sort of points to, right? It's just two things coincide. Size and distance happen to coincide in a neat fashion.
But you're great, like the corona, and I mean, it's pretty remarkable.
As for other things, most of them just seem like clockwork. They seem like the only way it could be. Like, you know, if you had an orbit that wasn't stable, you wouldn't be a planet. Planets are things that find stable orbits.
It's like random clockwork, huh?
If you want to say it that way, it's not really how I see it. I mean, to me, it's just sort of physics seems just clockwork. Just there are orbital mechanics, and they sort of like if you look up in the sky, you will see this arrangement regularly, and that is big ball with smaller balls orbiting it. And I think they even think there might be moons that have moons. You will never see it the other way around, right? You never see a big ball orbiting around a small ball. That would be remarkable. That would be something that would, you know, completely break the model and shake my faith. But that smaller things are held in place with a.
Is that from telescope?
This one, I'm not. I was trying to see how it was taken.
Well, that's the most important part.
Don't know. I'm not sure how well these are being caught. Oh, Kurdistan Planetarium. Okay, I don't think the Kurdistan. Maybe they did. Not sure we'll get a triple eclipse, but and didn't the big red dot appear during our lifetimes? Wasn't it like not there and then it? No, maybe not. I thought there was something happened during my lifetime that you could have seen, but I mean, you can. IB Hunter's got some great photos he's taken of it, and he's also made some. Actually, he's made some videos of it, hasn't he? Stacking together stills. So IB Hunter's in
what?
here.
Eggshells? Stacking, like, what were you talking about? Big red dot in the sky that we've seen once. What are you talking about?
Oh, with the big red dot, I was saying, didn't the that red dot on Jupiter, didn't that appear during our lifetimes? But I was wrong about that. But the stacking images I'm talking about, this clip I've got from IB Hunter, where he's taken multiple photos of Mars and then put them together in a kind of GIF to show what it would look like as it rotates.
Right. Well, I know a couple of years ago we did that dot on Saturn or whatever's a storm, and I know it shrunk for the first time that we've ever recorded, and that was a couple of years ago. It shrunk quite dramatically, actually.
Mm. Maybe that was it. Maybe that's what I'm misremembering. Yeah, here's
Possibly,
one of
mate.
Here's one of this IB Hunter's taken this, and there's a that looks to me like a what do you call it? Eclipse? I think Jupiter has eclipses pretty much every day.
And this is from a telescope?
Yeah.
Put through software. It's been put through software and stacked. And
It's been
so,
put
yeah,
through software.
Jesus,
Well, there
Jupiter's
you
a bit
go.
greedy with the moons.
It comes got heaps, doesn't it? So like it's 6 or more or some shit, doesn't it?
79, I just Googled.
Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, right.
There's some moons from the rest of his fucker.
A lot of them are small though, like fucking tiny.
Yeah. These are IB hunters, yeah, they're taken with a telescope. And you can ask him about him yourself next time he's in. But yeah, taken from his backyard, is my understanding.
Well, it's interesting for sure.
So
I don't
if
know if
Earth
it's,
had 75, if Earth had 79 moons, would NASA just go to one of them like a couple times, and then that would be it for the next 70 years, and never go to any more?
Probably the same. Yeah. So
We
what do
actually
you
have
think?
two moons, Geo. Did you know that? We have two.
2 moons?
Yeah, we do. We have two moons. We actually have a moon that orbits the moon, but it's not technically one of our, like a satellite for us, you know what I mean?
Are you sure you're not just being mooned?
I could be. You never know.
Yeah, isn't that called like a?
Wait, so
Isn't that called like a?
is that
A moonlet? MOONLET.
Not too sure, man.
What do you mean we've got 2 moons? I thought you were trolling.
Yeah, is that actually a thing?
No,
You're
I'm
telling me
not,
that there's
I'm
a
not
little
trolling. No, I'm not trolling. Not at all.
there's a rock that's supposedly orbiting our moon?
Yeah, I believe it's for the next 150 years or so. There's a rock that's like shaped like a fucking potato that's orbiting the moon, which is orbiting us, and it's going to be stuck in our
alien
orbit for like the next 100 odd years or so.
Yeah, right. Okay, right. So yeah, right. Not quite a moon, but something it's orbit.
Well, it's not every day we capture shit that, or the moon captures something, so it's quite significant, really.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that one of the
Kosho
theories
says
about
it's
Jupiter is
a cluster of dust.
To have life. They reckon one of the prerequisites is having Jupiter or a Jovian planet further in a higher orbit than yours, because you need something to grapple. Like if you think about it, Jupiter's got 79 moons. There's a good chance that if it hadn't caught those, they would have gone on to smash into Earth and destroy it.
Like big catcher's net, just fucking saving us some heaps of shit.
I got you, bro.
Because there's a few people in here I haven't heard today, Gio.
You missed the extensive discussion about piss drinking.
Oh, no, I caught some of that. That was disgusting. I actually took you out of my ear when you were talking about that shit. That was feral.
Who's into that?
Well, when that guy joins, he usually always brings it up. So
yeah, it's the conversation.
Why? What the fuck is wrong with these people, man?
Come on, if you drank piss, you would spend a lot of your life trying to convince other people to drink piss just to make you feel less weird. Let's be clear about that.
Yeah, you probably got a point.
well, I mean, this is I'm tentative to say this because it may break us into a discussion of it, which we don't have to. But I mean, it's actually a very, very ancient practice. I mean, you look back in the ancient Vedas, and I mean, it goes back thousands of years in terms of using urine for therapeutic purposes. In certain cases.
The Indian one though gross, and I lived there, and I did once see a guy do that on the street, which was gross. Is cow urine, which I think is for some reason in my head less gross than drinking your own piss. And often they're not like, oh, you have to drink in it, but like you wash it on your face or something like that. But yeah, they did when the whole C word took off. There was, I think even people in the government were being like, yeah, just drink cow urine.
What the fuck? Who was saying that?
It's probably good for your immune system.
No. Yeah, animal urine is definitely medicinal, especially camel urine is known to be very medicinal, very like antibacterial, and yep, that's been used for various benefits.
I think
Probably
it's
true.
more
How is it
pregnant.
How is it known
Cow
to
and
do that?
camel urine. It's like when they're pregnant.
It's actually it's expensive. If you go start Googling, looking up, it's like a highly valued thing that is expensive.
And there was even a paper I read where they talked about it could cure autism. Some mom. I swear to God, there was this mom that was
Camel
buying
milk,
her son
yes.
camel
Yes.
milk and mixing it with a bit of camel piss, and it was helping his autism, like his stocking.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you type in camel milk and if you type in camel milk and autism, you are going to find thousands of hits on it. Many peer-reviewed papers, real scientific documentation. The link between camel milk helping autistic children is very, very well researched and is very beneficial for many people that have autism. And yeah, the urine as well, but the milk is one of the main things that's used. But yep.
There's
Confirmed.
peer-reviewed papers of camel milk curing autism.
Well, I mean, the word cure,
Confirmed.
is one of those like whatever words, but yes, helping with symptoms. Absolutely. I mean, I'm on a Facebook group, Camel Milk, that with people with autism. But I mean, I've literally
Camel milk.
read and I'm aware of thousands of stories of it, and it is very well documented. In some cases, children that have autism, if they just start drinking camel milk, their autism completely resolves. In some cases, I'm not saying all of them, but yeah, but there's a lot of known benefits of it.
That would be a cure. So is there scientific peer-reviewed papers that it cures autism?
Treatment with
like I
camel
said, I mean
milk by
that
the
word.
National Library of Medicine, Chinese names at the top. Patient report is about my son who was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder at 3 years of age and the effects I observed when he began drinking camel milk daily. I have this image of this autistic kid just like getting up each morning trying to be like, I gotta pretend, I gotta try and be normal today, otherwise mum's gonna make me drink more of that fucking camel.
I don't know why you're being goofy about it. Camel milk is not that different than cow milk. It's a little bit saltier. It's not quite
Do you
as
drink
sweet,
it,
but
bro?
it's just I've had camel milk, many, many times, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not laughing. I don't think there's anything wrong with drinking camel milk. I just thought it was a funny idea of this kid pretending to be neurotypical so he doesn't have to, because it's pretty.
I just posted two. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but two PubMed. These are from PubMed, fully peer-reviewed papers on camel milk with treating autism spectrum disorder with it.
Yeah, to be fair, the second one you've posted is the one I'm reading right now. I don't know how this got into PubMed or if this actually means it's in a thing, but it sounds like it's just a mum. It's just one author and she's just writing about her. So the sample size of this is one. A mother's perspective. It's
like I said, dude, there's tons of information on it. I mean, that's one. I hear what you're saying. That's a patient report, but the other one I posted is a more of a full study. The aim of this current study was to evaluate the effect of camel milk consumption on oxidative stress biomarkers in autistic children by measuring the plasma levels of glutathione, superoxide dismutase, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, there's absolutely no question that it has benefit. I mean, there's a huge, a sort of growing industry of people using it and getting it for their children that have autism and having a lot of benefits.
Yeah,
it's more of a medicine. The thing about
the globe
we
is
don't have
just
to totally
start drinking it, mate.
Well, I'll just say this last thing about it. We don't have to totally derail into a whole camel milk conversation, but I guess just the last thing I'll say about it is my understanding of it. It's like it's more of a medicine than just a milk, like just a food. Like camels, for whatever reason, have like medicinal effects because it has like anti-parasite, antibacterial, antifungal. It has like genetic repair qualities, immune system, very unique immune system boosting qualities. So it seems like it's more of a medicine, like an animal food medicine, rather than just a nutrient. Camels are magical.
Should I get some camel's milk with my packets now, or?
It's expensive, dude. It's like.
Yeah, you think they have the option for camel milk? Should I ask?
Yeah,
I wonder if the rates of autistic camels is very low.
It's pretty expensive. It's like usually $12 to $20 per pint just for a pint. So yeah, it's pretty
Jesus
expensive.
Christ, if you're being serious, that's insane.
It is, but when they treat kids with autism, sometimes they use a very small amount. Like they might only use like a couple teaspoons a day, but you can also just drink a whole pint of it. But yeah, it is expensive because camels don't produce as much milk and all that.
I would wear that camel mustache all day for that price.
That's funny.
Yeah, given there's no
Yeah,
blood
it's good.
test for autism, and it's just a spectrum disorder, and it could be, you know, anything from just, you know, oxygen deprivation during birth and just brain damage to deficiencies or, you know, imbalances. I'm not surprised that some kids that are on the, in quotes, spectrum do recover from things such as camel milk and other supplements. Obviously, it doesn't fix everyone with, in quotes, autism, because it's a spectrum of just symptoms. There's no blood test.
You're saying there's no like biological markers to diagnose it?
Exactly, mate. There's nothing clinical. It's just a bunch of, you know, like physical attributes and intellectual things, and you know, there's no pathology.
Yeah, they've gotten a little wild with their jab experimentation. Took it a little too far.
It's
Beware the
over
jab,
here
mate.
now, Geo. It's fucking over, mate. Everything's being rolled back, the whole lot. Thank fuck.
Yeah, so do you think that's like organic, like because we fought back, or do you think they're purposely pulling back? What do you think?
Hell no,
Because there's
they're
elections.
purposely. Yeah, exactly. We got elections. They just started like 2 weeks ago, the campaign. So they're vote chasing at the moment. And the other thing is, I think they've realised that like we've got a pretty high vaccination rate, but I don't think everyone was participating in the you know, show your vax passport and all that sort of shit. So I honestly don't think all that was going to float for too long anyway. I knew it was going to be a waiting game, and I won. So
Mate, we're not Israel here.
all I know is I wasn't being bullied into a fucking shot to put food on my family's table, man. That wasn't happening.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
So you think they got who they wanted, or they got enough for whatever they want to do with it, and they'll just keep
Yeah,
giving people those.
they got enough, Gio. 90%, man. They definitely got enough.
Dude, we have millions, if not billions, of our tax dollars going into manufacturing facilities for future mRNA tech. If you think it's over, that's laughable. 2030 is when it's going to be over, maybe, for whoever's left.
Oh, yeah, there could be a new pandemic or some bullshit. I wouldn't put it past them, but for now, it's
Also,
subsiding.
Bill Gates reckons. He reckons the worst one's coming. The second Bill Gates, they killed the first one.
Well, Bill Gates is absolutely mental, so.
I'm going to say
Yeah, well,
about
they
this
killed the
camel
first
milk.
one, mate.
Wait, you
He's a
think Bill Gates
clone.
was replaced? I haven't heard that.
100%. 100%, man. You got to look into it.
This is the second one you're saying?
Yeah, the one they have nowadays is a clone of the first.
And
At
dude,
Xbox.
can I get a coffee as well? Do you have camel milk by any chance? Camel milk? Camel milk? Yeah, yeah. No, we don't. No camel milk. All right, scratch the coffee.
no.
Just the 2 cheeseburgers, please. Yep, thanks.
Tell him to try and get
Cheers,
some
buddy.
in.
What a lesion.
Tell him, Riggs, when he comes back, tell him to think about getting some in.
Have you guys seen that video of Bill Gates that's, I don't know if it's real or not, going around with him walking down the street with a massive set of tits?
Who?
Bill Gates.
Oh, no.
No?
Yes, I've seen it. I'm not sure if it's photoshopped or not, but fucking hell, it looks funny as.
It looks pretty real, eh?
I've seen
believe
other
you.
shots where he's definitely got some titties going on, but I don't know if he's got a full bust like that.
I'll give you a clone, I will, because I think Bill Gates is a fake name. Ball the gatekeeper. So I think if he dies and gets unhealthy or he gets weaker with the ideology, they are ready to just replace him with another Baal gatekeeper.
Hmm.
They grew these clones early, Kosho, and then just use prosthetics to make them look similar. I could explain it.
Yes, he's a picture of health. Fucking, I trust him.
Oh, what? Oh my god. That's gotta be Photoshop. Come on.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's walking along. It's a motion picture thing. I don't know if you can you like
No, not in
smudge
Photoshop.
something and then.
After Effects, that's what it would be.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not up to date with all that shit.
But someone's gone into a lot of work. Maybe there's a meaning. Yeah, even his wife looks different. Yeah, I'll give you.
Wow, well that looks completely different. Is that supposed to be the same woman?
They both look
Allegedly.
different.
Yeah, but all of these
I haven't
people
looked
do
into
have
the-
doubles.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have backups ready.
I will say, like, I haven't looked into the information about there being more than one Bill Gates or him being replaced or cloned or whatever, but I will say that that already resonates with me because I've had times where I look at Bill Gates, like, currently, and I'll be like, is that the same guy? Like, I literally say to myself, I'm like, is that him?
Well, there you go,
It takes
mate.
me a
It's
minute.
not.
Yeah.
100%, bro. They killed him. They've got cloning technology, man. They've been doing it to heaps of celebrities.
Yeah.
But they can clone you after you're an adult, like after you're 40 or whatever you think. They can like make a clone and grow it to be your same age.
Seemingly, yeah. They're
I
doing some
don't.
crazy shit.
Jesus Christ, Kosho.
I don't think clone has to mean born from a test tube and grown all the way. I think clone can mean any way of making a fake human.
Obviously they can do whatever because it's horseshit. So of course they can clone adults and just replicate them. It's like a holodeck
Well,
on
yeah,
Star
if it's horse shit, then yeah, of course they can.
Yeah.
They can do whatever they want if it's horse shit.
Yeah.
I like that.
If it's full movie, you can do it any way you want.
Yeah, I can't come at the possibility that there's that technology out there where they can clone
Confirmed.
me, for example, to my age now. Like, not without it taking fucking 50
But
years.
wait, let's say you were the most famous flat earther and they really needed to bring you down because flat earth was true. Maybe they would find the best lookalike and train him to be your backup and then take you out at the perfect time and replace you, right? And then they pay off your wife and kids.
Yeah, bro. MK Ultra. They've been
And then he
doing it.
listens back to you on Discord and he copies your voice and none of us know.
That's possible. It is possible.
Clone, is it?
No, a body double isn't.
No.
It wouldn't be a
They've had
clone.
body doubles.
That's what I mean.
They've had body doubles for years. But if you're talking,
Well, there's an
about
idea
clone,
that. Well, there's an idea
Joe
too. Like
Biden,
if these
they
guys
cloned
are, these guys come from whatever family line, there could be twins, triplets, quadruplets, when they're born originally, and then only one of them is kind of put into the world stage, and then they've got four of them basically that are all twins that are all grown up that they can cycle out. That's another possibility.
potentially
They're all
real.
fucked up. All
There seems to be
psychopaths.
like a lot that are. There's more than one though. Like Eminem, there seems to be more than one Eminem. That rapper guy. One of them's like less talented than the other one.
One of
It's
them.
like
One of them.
One was too many.
One of them, Eminem.
the real Slim Shady.
The fake Slim Shady. Yeah, will the real Slim Shady please stand up? And there's thousands
Ah,
of Slim
so
Shady.
that's why he made that song. He was already hinting at clones, huh?
Hiding in plain sight.
There you go.
But he was just
Welcome to
talking
Flat
about his
Earth.
younger brother, though. That brotherly competition.
Fucking no camel's milk. Can you believe it?
I can believe it.
Has anyone ever rapped about the camel milk?
It's kind of a specialty item. You might have to buy it online or get it shipped to you, or maybe. I mean, there are camel farms. There's actually a bunch of camel farms in the United States.
I can't get shipped.
But you're probably not going to find it at your local store.
But would it have to be raw camel milk or pasteurized?
Raw is definitely the best and gives the most medicinal effect. And if you're people that use it to treat their children with autism and stuff, yeah, they usually find that raw is the most effective. But for some, even pasteurized can be effective as well.
I think parents who give their kids camel milk might suffer from autism.
Oof.
Why do you think that? I just I don't know.
It's pretty much the same as other. It's the same as other milks. I mean, it's not as sweet and it's not as thick and kind of doesn't have as much fat as cow's milk. It's a little bit more watery and like a little bit more bitter. I mean, it's still sweet, but it does have a little bit of a bitter, like not bitter, but just bitter compared to. Like it's got a little bit of a dusty, sandy kind of watery, but it's still like a regular milk. I mean, it actually tastes pretty good if you make like ice cream with it or blend it up in a smoothie or whatever. It tastes good.
Dusty, sandy, watery. Oh, it's actually pretty good. Interesting.
Is that with or without the piss? The camel piss?
Yeah.
Well, what you
almost
can
like
do is
straight as go.
you can blend it. You can blend the piss with the milk and really get a combo.
You're taking it.
Or like they do with
one of the things I'd forget about religion.
or like they do when you're in the desert with a camel, where you milk it, and then you tap it to get blood. So you pop a little hole in its skin and you mix the blood with the milk. That'll get you through the desert.
Fucking oath it would.
Jesus
I'm
Christ.
really waiting for the first, well, not necessarily flat earther, but first person to come up with the shit therapy where they eat their own shit because it's therapeutic.
That's what I say.
I've never
Every time
really-
this drinking conversation comes up, I'm like, I know how to shut this down. Let's talk about shit eating.
But there's the
I've
two
never
girls.
really heard of that. I'm not aware of that being
have
like
to
a
do that.
like that's not like a traditional medicinal thing at all that I've ever heard of. However, there are some like modern day medical things where they actually do that to try to like help get like probiotics. Like there's actually like some like if somebody has a certain probiotic, you know about that.
Yeah, but it's not eating shit. It's transferring your shit into someone else. It's not eating it.
Yeah. Oh, you mean fecal transplants? Yeah, and they also do most of those up the back end rather than putting it in your mouth.
Yeah. Yeah. Why would you put
There's
it in your
some
mouth?
Oh, you can just have a tablet free.
Yeah. There's some a tablet form where they like dry it out, and I think there are some where they try to get a tube, like a sort of feeding tube past your stomach. If you've got if they think the problem is upper intestinal.
Oh, you don't want fucking fecal matter up there, mate. That's just all enzymes. You only want fucking bacteria and fucking shit down in your colon. That's the only place you should have that shit. Large intestine.
Yeah, but I've never heard of like eating feces as being medicinal or beneficial, and that I'm aware of.
Well, it's just because you're prejudiced against it, and the medical establishment doesn't want you knowing about the amazing health benefits of eating feces.
Yeah, there are
Well, I mean,
monkeys that have to eat their own shit because they're deficient in certain things like B12, and it's made within the body, but it comes out in the shit, so they've got to eat their own shit to get that, and they know that within themselves, so they do eat their own shit.
I
It's
believe
actually
it's
a thing.
called coprophagia, something along those lines.
Yeah,
the only time I've
coprophagia
heard
or something like that. Yeah.
the only time I've heard of that is a globe earther after a really heavy debate.
They catch it in the cup after they've dribbled it all out, and then they start slurping on it. It's quite disgusting to listen to, isn't it?
Once
After
me,
the wreckage.
me and a few trolls thought we could convince flat earthers to eat poo because they were drinking piss. So we made a few memes and it never took off. We gave up on the idea.
I didn't like the taste of it, Dawn. I gave up after a week. Not just once, I gave it a week.
I think what it is liquid is holy, like water. The liquid that comes out of your genitals is definitely going to be holy. And poo isn't. Poo is like dirt. It's just like wet dirt, slimy, and it doesn't become holy medicine in the same way.
Poo is waste. Wee
blood.
is just filtrate.
If we move
very
on
different.
from pee and poo, blood. Lots of people like blood as different medicines, don't they?
Yeah, sometimes it needs to run down the temple steps. Some drink it. Some doctors even think it's good to get somebody else's and put it in your veins.
Rub it in your face. People do.
Yeah, there's the
Spike it in your face.
Liberian. What were they? The baby.
I'm sure they mix it with milk and drink it at some point as well.
Sure, camel's milk though.
Topically, urine is very good because of the urea content. So they use, urea in all sorts of pharmaceuticals and cosmetics and all that because it is very beneficial topically. It's a big industry, urea. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I think there's a shortage of urea at the moment, mainly due to, I think, supply bullshit. Logistics. I think that's the problem, not so much a lack of piss in the world.
Well, too many people drink it themselves. So where are they going to get their urea from?
Yeah, that's not very sustainable, is it?
Very selfish of them, really. These piss
Yeah, not global.
themselves.
Must be
Then
flat
I can't.
earthers.
I just put mine in the toilet and flush it. So
Does camel shit have any benefits to it?
he
They've probably
get
got
through the
that.
question without laughing. Go, Henry.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Back in a moment.
Yeah, I don't think I could ever come at a fecal transplant. If my own shit isn't good enough for me, like to be inside me, no one else's is going to be good for me. I'm not doing that.
I don't want anyone else's anything inside me, motherfucker. I don't know what the fuck you're on about.
Good call.
Drugs is about the only thing I put in me, mate. That's it.
Drugs.
Make it worth it, huh?
What sort of drugs, mate?
Oh, you know.
Caffeine. Glucose.
Nicotine. Nicotine straight up the plugger, just daily dose. Get a Nicorette patch and just, they dissolve.
Yeah, drinking piss tends to kill a conversation.
Yeah, it sure does.
Yeah, I don't know how we U-turned back into that, but
Sorry, I probably.
And someone doubled down about eating shit.
I think it was.
Yeah, that's
Fellas,
right.
I'm fairly certain the world isn't a globe. Like I'm 110% at this point that it's not a globe. So the
Well, you're
question is,
fucking
what's next?
blind. Open your eyes, cunt. Jesus Christ.
You're wrong though, mate.
I'm not wrong because my fucking eyes are wide open, son. I've gone out and had a look.
They're
Man.
not.
It's not flat,
You
son.
haven't said it, mate. Nah, it
Not
wouldn't be
flat.
if it was a globe, mate. There'd be no. It's not flat, but it's not a globe. It's an
Oh,
enclosed
it's a
system.
big spherical testicle, mate. That's exactly what it is. An oblate
I don't think
testicle.
it has a shape, bro. I don't think humans can go to space. It's not possible.
You say this, Rick, but you are one of the few people in this room that once thought the Earth was flat, right?
Oh my God, Branch. What the
The
fuck
light
are you doing
spectrum is
in here?
flat.
I mean, Rick, the thing is this: like, why are you so ashamed of acknowledging the fact
There's
that
nothing
you
to be
thought the Earth
ashamed
was
of, bro. You're ahead of the
I ain't
curve.
ashamed.
Right, there's nothing to be ashamed
If
of,
you think it's
bro.
flat, you're ahead of the curve, mate.
Rick, I mean, Rick, are you trying to tell me you didn't at one point?
Branch, the people in here
All of
know my
humanity-
story. They know my story. Most of the people here
Let
know
me
it.
finish.
Why are you going to troll me? What are you trolling me for?
It's Branch.
But Rick, I don't know why.
Don't troll me, Branch. All right? I'm driving. I can't
Nobody
deal
else
with this
was
shit
trolling.
right now. All right?
Where are you driving to?
I'm driving home. Actually, it's been a fucking long day.
You're not actually driving, are you? You're at home.
No, I heard him at the
You
Macca's
want-
or something like that.
Yeah, I was at Macca's before. You want me to stick the phone out and put it on limiter for you? Jesus.
Home right now. You're not driving. Why are you bullshitting, bro?
Trolling.
Not bad. I mean, Rick, I guess the only thing I'm trying to get at is whether or not you once thought the Earth was flat. Did you?
I had lots of questions. Yes, Branch.
It
I
is,
did.
bro. How did you change your mind? It's like it's not objective flat, but it's not a globe, and that's a fact. Like I can put it
I
on my
think
life.
Ranty sent him a photo.
You know how I don't think it's flat anymore? Because I applied myself for understanding things that people were telling me.
You didn't
That's
apply
how.
jack shit. You didn't apply jack shit. If you went back to believe in a globe,
Ranty sent you a photo. Just admit
Rick,
it.
you know what? The first step is admitting you wasn't a flat earther. That's the first step. You
good,
just did.
good.
Great job. Great job. This is why you hate me, isn't it, Rick? I say shit like this.
I don't hate you at all, Branch, you drunken stooge.
Okay. When you say you can't stand, right? Isn't that the equivalent of hating me, bitch? And the reason why I fuck with you is because I know you believe the Earth was flat once. That's why you can fucking recognize and sympathize so well with these people. The thing I don't understand is why you are so against admitting it to yourself that you was once a flat earther.
No, Branch, I have no problem with saying this. I've said it in a room full of 40 people before because you brought this up exactly like this, Branch. Most of the people from back in the day know exactly what questions I had to. Exactly.
Well, you know what? It
Alright,
sucks
so
that you went back to being a glober.
what
It
you're
really
trying to
does.
say then? What you're trying to say then is that you was once a flat earther, right?
Branch, mate, shut up. It's not a globe. So you're just beefing this guy up on his belief that was once true. So,
No, I wouldn't ever say that I was actually a flat earther, but I was definitely on the fence, 100% on the fence. I had
good.
many questions that were unanswered and that I didn't understand.
Well, that's how it
Do you
should
mind
be,
if I
mate.
ask you?
And then Neil deGrasse showed up at Neil
You
deGrasse
mind?
showed up at your door and
What
gave you
what was the one thing? What was the
little
one
lecture.
thing? What was the one thing that took you off the fence?
It'd been Neil deGrasse Tyson, like Jay was just saying. He come around, had a cup of coffee with me, told me how it was. You know, that was it.
Well, there
Such a
must
straight.
be one thing for reals though, like that. You know, you said you was on the fence, but there must be one thing that took you off the fence.
Fuck, you know what, Branch? It was that long ago now. I couldn't say it was necessarily one thing in particular. It was like understanding a whole bunch of things after a while, I guess. You know. I mean, one of them being the sky, and I give credit to Geo as well because Geo is actually the only one that's tried to come up with any sort of modelling of the sky before on how we get the rotations and patterns in the sky that we do. So I give Geo a lot of credit there.
Yeah, I'm wondering what took you out of it. I think that's just more about just recognizing that on the globe side, it all kind of just fits together and works.
It does, and it's pretty stupid to deny it, I think, especially at this stage. I'm not calling any of you guys stupid, you know, everyone's trying to understand what they're trying to understand or whatever, but it's a simple thing like the sky that we can model out and so forth and have predictions on, you know, many things, the planets, all that rest of the shit, but then you ask a flat earther, what's the sky? And they're like, oh, don't know.
The problem is,
It's just lights. It's just lights, they say. I'm sorry, but that's not good enough at this stage.
But the predictions you're talking about with the sky and the stars and shit, a lot of those predictions can be made without the need to EG or
Wait,
heliocentric.
Branch, you in Vietnam, bro?
What I'm trying to say is that the patterns of stars or even planets can be explained or even mathematically compulated without the need for a heliocentric model.
Correct.
I'm not saying it's right, because if something's gonna move left, it's gonna move left, and regardless, you can
No,
make a
it
model out of
can't.
it.
You can't model it out on a flat plane. I'm sorry, I've got a pole above my head here.
A
You
flat
got one up
plane,
in the
alright,
north
mate.
there.
You're correct.
I'm
You don't
sorry, it
have.
doesn't work, guys.
It's
Doesn't
not
work.
globe or
Doesn't
flat
work.
Earth. That's not correct.
We
In
are on
between.
two boobies. Two big boobies is what we're standing on.
Doesn't have to be a ball, mate.
Hey, you know what, man? He's a booby.
There's no boobies involved, mate. Camel milk.
Get
What
on
we're
it.
talking about here.
Booby Earth Branch. Double D Earth.
You know what? You sold me a booby, bro. Sold me a booby.
Beautiful.
Bryce, so what's your thoughts, mate? Do you think we live on a globe?
I thought it's a psychological disorder that makes people want to be part of a group, which is why flat Earth is still even a thing.
You think it's a disorder? You don't think we actually
Yes.
see something that others don't?
No, I think that you guys want to be part of a group. You guys want acceptance.
So that's your projection. You don't
No,
understand,
that's
so you
pretty
project.
much what it is, at least as far as I see it, right?
Exactly.
Earthers want to be part of a group. They've been lonely their whole lives. They don't really fit in anywhere else on the fucking universe.
Fuck off.
Well, you're
I'm
actually
down for
very
Titty
fucking
Earth
wrong,
any
mate.
day of the week. I'll jump to Titty Earth today if there's a Titty Earth group.
Let's
do it.
home.
I got proof of Titty Earth. It's everywhere, man.
home. That's the reason for flat Earth is because it gives them a home. It gives them a place that
Wrong.
a lot of
What if I
people.
told you
they
I don't believe in
officially
the globe,
label
but
it
I
to the
debate
Earth on
even
there.
with flat earthers, mate? I debate with flat earthers. It's not about being a group. It's about fucking truth, mate. Don't realize an earth is not a globe.
Bro,
It's not
bro.
about fucking your psychological projection.
I'm pretty much like you, bro.
Earth
I
is a
like
globe, though.
I don't like to debate flat earthers because I pretty much see what they say. I like to
Okay.
debate. I like to debate globe earthers because I think a lot of the times they don't even know what they're talking about.
So what are you saying, bro? You like to troll
I'm not saying
globers
they're
even though you're a
wrong. I
glober.
just like to debate them. They're not wrong. I just like to debate them.
They are wrong.
No, they're not. I've never actually seen them be wrong. They may be wrong about scientific facts, but the majority of what they're talking about is usually
They're wrong
right.
about the nature of reality.
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe.
When last time you smoked DMT?
I've never smoked. You think I should?
Yeah, bro, you can naturally get it from branches, mate. You definitely should, because that's when you go. That's where you see what reality truly is, mate. Mate, it's all hologram here. Have you looked into quantum mechanics to begin with? Quantum mechanics proves essentially the flat Earth.
Quantum mechanics does?
Quantum mechanics, mate. Yes, it does. Do you know
What
anything
fucking
about
sense?
spirituality at all? Consciousness?
I think you're using the wrong fucking words.
Quantum mechanics, quantum physics.
You think quantum mechanics and quantum
What?
physics is the same thing?
Yes, quantum mechanics and quantum physics are the same fucking thing, mate. Quantum mechanics is just the mechanics of the physics. It's both quantum.
Do you know? Right? Within 2 months, Isaac Newton, right? He published 2 papers within 2 months of each other. Right? One was about quantum entanglement, about the fact that particles can be entangled. And within the same 2 months, he also published a paper about gravity and the fundamentals of gravity.
Mate, gravity is just the speed at which things drop, and I believe it's like 7.62 meters per second, roughly speaking.
The most
9,
interesting thing,
9.8.
the most
9.8. I don't know where I got
interesting
7.
thing, most interesting thing though is this: is that like he didn't realize that within 2 months of publishing papers, of these 2 papers, how related these 2 papers actually were. He didn't know that.
So what's your point?
I'm just saying, like science is always
Quantum entanglement is somehow related to the speed at which things drop.
actually what I was trying to get at was quantum entanglement is actually related to wormholes.
Right. Well,
Exactly where I'm
yes. What do you know about wormholes? You don't know anything about wormholes, mate.
going. What do I know about wormholes? I'm just
Do
saying
you know
that
anything
like
about time, space, continuum? You know anything about holograms? Do you know anything about code, mate? Do you know how video games are created?
I got no idea about code. I got no
Binary.
idea. You know what?
It's
I'm a
all the
dumb.
same.
You know what? You know what I know about?
What do you know about?
Powdered sugar.
You just say how to chill?
Powdered sugar.
You know about powdered sugar.
Nice.
So you consume lots of sugar, Branch. Well, only Glovers fucking love their sugar, don't they? You have your sugar, you have your shit, and then fucking the glow's real, eh?
Ew. Rack it up.
Would you mind if I take a shit and be back right back?
Go for your life, Branch.
All right, thank you. I'll be right back.
After my morning joint, it turns into a globe, buddy.
Yeah, so Riggs, since Branch brought it up, I guess now I want to ask you, like, what were the things that you saw about the Earth not being a globe or it being a planar flat surface? Like, what were the things that, like, you were saying you were on the fence, as it were, but like, what were the things that made you lean that way?
To be on the fence.
Yeah, like, what made you question the globe, and what did you see that
we see? Sorry.
Yeah, like what did you see that made you either question the globe or think it might actually not be, that it could be flat?
Yeah, just like you guys were saying. Just what we say, it does look flat, that sort of stuff. And another one that fucked me, right? Because I've taken so many drawing classes and stuff over the years. I was actually going to be a graphic designer and stuff at one stage. Yeah, right. And I was I've done draftman courses and all sorts of shit as well. So when I looked at the sun and this whole flat Earth thing come into my mind, and I looked at the angles and shit, I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, it looks close. It does. It looks very close. And then, like, you do the math on those angles and you're like, fuck, that thing's not far away at all. How could it be fucking 93 million miles away? It doesn't make any sense. So, but, yeah, when you learn about light and so forth, these things come together. So, like I said, Joe, there was an array of things, man, that I questioned that I didn't fully understand.
It comes down to basically you just being happy with the story, though. Now,
It's a shame you became a glober. That's all I can say, mate.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, guys, whatever you want to fucking say. Yep, I'm just happy the story they told me. That's it.
well, it makes sense because you said you learned about light, and that's obviously what they taught you about light, which makes it all make sense.
Yeah,
so
well,
you learned more about the story.
Have you?
When you call it a story, you imply it's made up, which it isn't. It's experimented in order to get the idea.
Yeah, but experiments suggest science, and most of it's not science. You know that. It's all pseudoscience because none of it can be verified.
Yes, it can. Don't be silly. Have you seen corpuscular rays? Have you seen them converge on the other horizon? That shows you that light is parallel.
What converges where?
You talking about anticorpuscular rays?
Yes, I am, Joe. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, those are part of the corpuscular matrix. You think that makes
That
them
shows that they're parallel because they're still not spreading out to the other horizon, Joe. They're parallel, man.
But that's a function of your vision.
I actually feel.
Oh, we're gonna say this now. I got a fisheye and shit in my head, do I? Then we can't believe anything. What do we know then? What are the measurements that we take? They're all fucking bullshit.
No, but there's actual science. There's actual science that we've got.
No. Do you listen to what I'm saying? But if reality isn't the way we interpret it in our heads by our eyes, then what do we know? What do we really know?
Well, reality for us is the way we interpret it. Definitely. That doesn't mean that's what's happening,
I'd
though.
say if
And that's where you have
we know
science.
fuck all about reality, then, my friend.
We don't know
fair
anything.
enough.
That's the whole
If you
point,
want to
mate.
say that.
I believe we know a lot more about reality.
We know how to survive.
You know what, bro? You're totally right. There's a lot about reality we don't understand. Right? There's this weird thing where we can somehow communicate with each other outside of
Well, it's only weird if you don't look into the actual truth, right?
Exactly.
Into it,
And
you
that's
get the
that's the
answers.
situation. Is like we're so still in the middle of not really understanding.
Well, a lot of people do understand it.
Communication is strictly bullshit, or whether it's real, right? But you know what? The way I see it today's day and age, right? crime fighters still take out psychics. It's still happening today. Why would they be doing that if there wasn't some type of communication that we have outside of science?
Are you talking about telepathy?
Telepathy or just psychic nature, whatever the fuck it is.
It's real.
Like I honestly thought that we stopped doing that shit, and it was Scott Veach that told me that no, still take out psychics on fucking murder cases and shit. Help them figure it out. Crazy shit.
Yeah, bro. 100%. There you go, mate.
I thought it was bullshit. It was Scott Veach that told me it's not.
It's real.
Trying to say like if there is something within us that can communicate, not just at this level but a higher level. If there is something higher than us, who is not to say people are not in touch with that higher side of us?
Well, they are, mate. I'm telling you right now. It's a dormant
That's the
ability most
shit
of us
that I
have.
believe in. I believe that this is. I don't even believe in it. I don't even know why I say that shit. I kind of do believe that once we're dead, we're dead. That's it.
You believe once you're dead, that's it. Yeah, well, as you are now,
Yeah.
sure, but like, who were you before you were born?
No, I mean,
Oh, I love this
that's
question.
what I'm saying. As opposed to that,
Branch, answer the question,
as
mate.
opposed to that side of believing in it. There's
I mean, you didn't exist before you were
what was
born, and therefore you
You
won't
didn't
exist after
exist,
you die.
and then
There
you
you go.
randomly happen. What, bro?
No, randomly.
That
I
makes
was
no sense.
conceived by my parents. Do I need to
Right.
explain the birds and the bees?
We need to explain why
Yeah,
you were
but
chosen to
guess what?
be the
But what
offspring of your
the
parents.
fundamentals of what we're discussing, the fundamentals of what we're discussing is whether or not there's a life beyond our life. Like if we are,
Well, there is. That's why Earth Awakening's Discord, mate.
you think there is. You think there is. And for you
What
to
do I
say
think
there
there is?
definitely is.
There is
What I'm
reincarnation
saying,
if you are not prepared. You will reincarnate as another human in this demiurge realm, yes. And like you can smoke DMT, you can experience what true 5D reality is, right?
well, if anything, I do believe in. If anything, I do believe in reincarnation.
Well,
There's
reincarnation is
still
real.
there's still part of me that thinks that maybe we're all wrong about it, and we're just animals. The same way that a fucking fox is an animal, we are animals, and when we're dead, we're just dead.
Sure. Well, that's a very low IQ take, in my opinion. Look, mate, people dedicate their lives to this sort of thing. This is like, called the esoteric, mate. People know these things. Like, these are known. It's just not
You
mainstream
know
for
it.
a reason. You gotta
The
look
funny
into
thing
it if
is,
you want
people
some
may know it,
answers.
but there's not been one single tangible proof.
There
Been
is.
one single thread of tangible proof.
Well, that's the thing. You gotta define tangible proof. You gotta define that, and how are you gonna get something that's you can't define?
There is no process, bro. There isn't any. There is not tangible proof for afterlife. If there was,
There is
tangible proof for afterlife.
near-death
I don't understand
experiences.
what implication that would have on people. Just isn't. We don't have the proof yet.
Most people are like Abrahamic religious and believe in heaven and hell, man. Like the majority of people believe in that shit, right? And there's
I
atheists
don't
which are
believe in.
clueless.
I mean, I'm oddly fucking weird in my religions, right? Like, there's part of me that believes in Christ, and there's part of me that believes in what the fuck Christ says, and there's also part of me that's Hindu. Right?
True.
As a Hindu,
Hindu's
I
cool, man.
believe in Christ.
As
What
a
I'm
Hindu, you
saying
believe in
though
Christ?
is that Christianity or fucking the Hindu religion. Both of these things I believe in pretty fucking heavily. There's also part of me that says there isn't concrete proof for any of them being right. It just fucking.
They're not right.
There's part of me that believes in them. There's also part of me that thinks they're just fucking coping mechanisms we fucking created to help us as humans.
Yeah, to a certain extent. Are you into like meditation or you realize what the now
Yes.
is? Do you know what the now is? And that time doesn't exist, and scientists have proven that. The time doesn't
Do you
exist,
meditate?
only the now. So that's the whole point. Everything exists in the
Do
now.
you?
So that's
So
how
you
you
do
exist
meditate?
after death, because you've always existed in the now. Just in different forms, mate. Energy cannot be destroyed. So it can be fucking. What is it?
No,
Energy cannot be destroyed. It can be
exchange.
The way you're
yeah, exactly.
the way you're discussing it, right? The way you're discussing it, bro. I don't think you believe in eternal life.
I
the,
do actually.
the thing is, even though energy can't be destroyed, you can still have energy to be separated and no longer be a system. For example, your computer, when it's together, all the energy makes a really sophisticated thing. But if I smash it, sure, the energy isn't destroyed, but it's been dispersed, so it's no longer some sort of intelligible thing. Now it's just trash on the ground.
True.
So while I agree that whatever you're made out of, the energy of that won't be destroyed, I don't agree that can be extended to say that your consciousness won't be destroyed. Because what if as you destroy or as you separate that energy, consciousness is destroyed? That's
Well,
the
if you
thing.
think the brain is the most heightened point of consciousness, then you're wrong, because it's actually a very low point in consciousness. That is our brain.
Yeah, let me ask you this, Gummy. Like, okay, so what do you think of this idea that your essence, your soul, whatever word we want to use, never dies?
Yeah.
And only the body may die, but your actual who you are, your essence can never die. What do you think of that?
Are you saying, Gio, that all our souls will be as one?
Was.
How are you, mate?
What's
I'm
up, man?
I'm not saying
We're
that it's
talking
not
about our
possible.
souls.
Yes, I heard.
You're just in time.
I'm not saying that it's not possible what you said, Gio. I'm just saying that the argument about energy can only be transferred, not destroyed, doesn't necessarily mean that it you can't that there is some sort of afterlife. But I agree that what you said is a possibility, that your consciousness is separate from your body, that your body's just a vessel to
Well, that's
represent it
true.
in this reality. But my whole point was just that that energy cannot be destroyed,
Yeah,
only
I
transferred.
understand
It
that.
only
That
argues
makes sense,
for
what you're saying. That makes perfect sense, mate.
Wouldn't that be good news? That we're just
well
having a ride for this lifetime, but we're
it
it's
would.
not going to
Yeah,
be.
that'd be awesome.
It
You're
would
just born
if there.
and it's
Yeah, but
born. But that's not
say
how
there
it
is
is,
a.
unfortunately. It's actually a lot more fucking sophisticated and a lot more brutal than you could ever imagine, actually.
But
Like,
say
this is a
there is a
war on souls, mate.
heaven.
This is not just fucking yippee
Oh, it's not
yard,
even.
you
It's
know,
not
you come
even
in this
that,
body
Gio.
and have a good time. It doesn't work like that.
But say there's a
I would
heaven and
say this,
hell, then
Gio.
it's not
Out
necessarily a
of
good
like,
thing.
Reincarnation, mate. Reincarnation's the big fucking warp you gotta be fucking aware of. And it's a brutal reality you gotta be aware of. Like, you will reincarnate and you will suffer if you're not aware of it. So that's why it's not some big joke that we can just say, oh, this is how it is. Like, we gotta realize what is really going on between us and actually fight for what is aware of us, you know, like stay clear from attachment and karma, and you got to realize what's best for myself. Like, if you're here, then you're probably already smart enough, right? If you're in the Earth Awakenings Discord, you probably know, you're probably onto something. Oi, branch, mate. Do Hindus believe in life is suffering, or is that the
and you
Buddhists?
know what? Gio's way smarter than me. Let him fucking talk.
I can't hear him, bro.
Yo, what are you gonna talk about? Obviously, everything you say is golden as fucking.
Branch,
Talk,
I'm
bitch.
asking you: do Hindus believe that life is suffering?
Dude,
Hindus.
there's life isn't supposed to be fucking happy, bro.
You think life is supposed to be happy? You really think that?
So life isn't supposed to be happy. Hindus
Correct.
don't believe in life. Hindus believe in weird shit, dude, and it depends on the Hindu you talk to, right? There's so many different ways of believing this religion that is fucking. It's like
You have 500 million gods, and you pick and choose your favorite 3.
yeah, something like that. It's not as simple as you think, and it's
I never
way
said
more.
so. Yeah.
It's also way more
So
complex than you
there's
think.
different branches of Hinduism.
Oh, branch? They're a different branch?
It's a
Oi!
it's a weird fucking religion, bro. It's weird.
Well, like with the reincarnation thing, it's like you know how like when you play a video game and like you're sitting there playing, and you obviously know when you're playing that you can't die. You know, you're sitting there playing a game. You know that you'll be playing for 5 hours, then you're going to move on. So you know that you're not going to die, unless in some very rare case you actually died while playing a video game. But in general, you know you're not going to die, and you're playing. Then in the game, you have multiple lives. You might die in the game. You're reborn. You respawn. That whole thing, but you're able to play that game from a place of knowing that you're not actually going to die, and then therefore it gives you that much more like enjoyment and flexibility within that kind of like microcosm world.
100%.
Gio, if you're
the whole
trying
thing
to
about
hold on, Gio. Are you trying to explain how Hindus fucking think about life? Like, what the fuck are you trying to say, bro? That may
Nah,
be
bro,
how
he's
you
talking
think
facts
life.
about
Make
what
it
we were
like
talking about earlier, mate.
that's not even close to how we think of life.
No, I'm not talking about that.
hold on, isn't
He's not talking about Hindus, mate.
All right, well, I want to make sure that you understand. You're not talking about fucking Hindus, right?
Bro, BRB.
Isn't Hinduism supposed to, or I might have mixed this up with Buddhism, but isn't Hinduism meant that you're supposed to live so good that you don't get reincarnated, that you finally get to die? Isn't that the whole point?
Say it again.
Isn't the point of Hinduism that you're supposed to act so good in life that you transcend the reincarnation process and you get to finally die, no longer reincarnate?
To
That
get
like
off the wheel.
that's like, yeah, if I remember, I might be just misremembering and butchering this, but as far as I remember, that's what Hinduism is that if you act bad, you become a lower and lower life form, like a cow, or no, a cow is quite high, so, but in Hinduism, but if you act good, well then, if you act good enough, the very top of the ladder is escaping the reincarnation process, and I think they call it like like combining with the universe, not like fully dying, but like you're if I remember correctly, but I might, like I said, I might be
It's not so much
misremembering.
about, it's not so much about like your way to that. It's more about the fact that you found peace in a way of life that allows you to transcend into the world that God lives in. You know, like
But wait, but
at that
Hindus don't believe in a heaven, do they?
oh, not
Well,
necessarily.
they have a
Like,
concept called samsara. You heard of samsara?
I've heard the
but
word, but I don't recognize.
even with that, you can still come back to these different planets, and we don't believe that Earth is the only planet you can come to, right? Like this is like Earth is only one of many planets.
Well, wait.
And it's not so much that like, you know, if you're really good and you really understand shit, then you're gonna go to God and be outside of all of these planets you can possibly come back down to. More of the fact that, you can come to this realization of self that you can be at one with God with. It doesn't mean you're not going to want to come back to Earth or to another planet. It's almost like you hit that point, you can be really happy. You can live there for as long as you want and be happy. At some point, you're going to want to come back and redo it. You don't want to stay there forever. It's not, you get bored if you stay there forever. You can basically be in a place of bliss with God if you want.
But aren't you just
Still
making
gonna-
this up at this point? You're just saying what you'd hope to be true.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, there's a
That's
concept
exactly
within
right.
samsara, like the concept of samsara, which is like this death rebirth cycle, like this constantly revolving cyclical process that occurs, and it's connected to karma. And your karma, that which you create, either through, sort of wrongdoings or whatever it may be, that we go through. And so when you still have karma to work through, then you're still in that cycle of death and rebirth. Eventually, though, perhaps, when you get to a completion of that, like you've processed all of your karma and have gone through all of the cycles you need to, there's a point at which you reach nirvana or transcendence, where you essentially transcend the wheel of reincarnation and kind of evolve beyond this entire entire level.
Right, and the way I see it is this, is that once you do that, you stay there for a bit, and then at some point you're gonna want to come back.
Not necessarily, 'cause there's so many other worlds.
No one wants to come back here, mate.
You don't have to come back.
Oh, once
But
you're done, you're
the
done.
way I'm,
Well, once you're done, you don't have to come. Like you can if you want. Like if you wanted to incarnate to like help people or to do some positive thing, you could. But
Incarnate
you
as an
wouldn't
elf.
have to.
You become an elf.
but I think there's also a coming back where you can come back as a pure soul, as a you can really start over. You know what I mean? Like I don't mean like come back knowing you're coming back. Like once you've got there, you've actually got to this place of
Mate, I've heard there's like, I've heard there's like fucking maybe like 2 or 3 versions on this Earth, or at least other versions of Earth. But like your soul, your true inherent soul, is like this big bubble, and it splits off into all these smaller bubbles on this world right now. So there's someone alive in this time right now that is a different version of your soul, but isn't experiencing the same reality, like with the same demiurge, but in a different body. Apparently, like if you get deep into it, that's what I've heard. So we're not like these singular people, these bodies. Like there's like fucking a plethora of us, like a dozen bodies that our true soul inhabits. You guys heard of that?
Like the concept of like parallel lives, like living more than one life at the same
Well,
time.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like apparently our true soul that we call quote unquote soul, like our consciousness, is actually split off into multiple different bodies at the same time. Like we've done this deed to experience, and it's it's not just that. Like it's been going on for who knows how many recordable years, and who knows how many lifetimes. But it's all about becoming this fucking wise being, this massive soul bubble.
Yeah. And I get what you're saying. I'm not sure if I'm looking into it in a different way than what you actually present, but I do understand the notion.
Yeah, it's not just a notion, bro. Like this is just what I heard. I'm not saying it's true, but I believe it. This is some esoteric shit, mate. This is like witchcraft. You got to get into it.
I think there's a lot about this shit, right? And the more we talk about this stuff, the more we realize bullshit it is to even draw these lines between these different ways of beliefs. I mean, honestly, the way I see it is, we as people just really need to find peace. You need to find that thing within yourself, which God put us here to find, which is peace. Be happy. Be
Well, that's not possible, man.
and that's the thing is, we live in such a fucked up world that we're always being hit left and right by all these negative thoughts,
And that's the nature of this demiurge, bro.
society, all this bullshit. But in reality, all we got to do is find that peace in ourselves that we had when we were kids. Like, look at really old people who
I get what you mean. You just want ignorance.
it's not really ignorance either.
We were ignorant as kids, mate.
I
I think that's what it
I've
was.
seen it, bro. Like, I've seen it. I've seen the same happiness in old people that I see in children. And it's this middle point of our lives that we go through, which is where we learn to refine this happiness. What I'm trying to say is, like, this middle part of life that we go through, we're so unhappy. Like, fucking, no matter how rich you are, how poor you are, it's all about fucking hurt and pain. This is what life's about, right?
Correct.
In reality, what we want is to find the same peace we had when we were children, and the same peace we see in elders.
Well, what if the pain you're carrying is actually within your illegal? You're got a hot mic. Sounds like his pager's going off. What I was saying, Branch, what if, like, the pain
Need a
and
voice
suffering
rule mod on that.
What if the pain and suffering is actually a part of your soul memory and not actually necessarily in the body? And that if you can heal that either now or in a later lifetime, then that will transform into bliss and happiness.
Right. Well, I get what you're saying, right? And, like, I think, like, if we just look at who we are as people, right? And if you look at super happy people, we consider super happy, right? They live on a certain level, which is very different, right? To, like, when you see a kid and you're like, this is an old soul. This guy is very deep, really understands life, right? That type of life an old soul has and a young soul has, which is the initial thing I was talking about.
I despise
different.
young souls.
There's still two different types of happiness. They're so different, right? Like, when I'm not sure if I said it completely correctly, but hopefully
I think our siblings, you can tell if you guys have siblings, you can tell, man. Like, you'd have siblings that are nowhere near as aware as you are as a person, and it's because they're soul age, right?
I mean,
like it's completely genetics out of the line, then, because they're your siblings.
With siblings, like, feel your siblings so much more than you feel anybody else. Like, even if, let's say, you was a young soul and he was an old soul, you're both siblings, because that's your brother or sister, you're gonna feel that person a lot more than anything else in life, right? And the weird shit about society today is that you're supposed to fucking let that shit go. You're not supposed to feel your fucking siblings. You're not supposed to love your family. You're not supposed to live life that way. You're supposed to be independent, doing your own shit, not giving a fuck about your neighbors, and just fucking making money. That's what life's
You think
about.
it's about making money, bro? Come on, man. It's all about making money. So what is it about? You think it's about money, making money, and having sex? You think that's all it's about?
It's not even about having sex anymore. I mean, even like it used to be about having sex, right? But nowadays, it is about having sex, but it's not about.
What is it about? I'd say no. It's about making money and having sex, and apparently that's peak life.
You know what? Nowadays, it actually is about having sex. Purely about having sex. Whereas back in the day,
Exactly.
when
That's the
we
problem.
said back in
It's
the day,
overrated, man.
more about getting to know the person you're about to fuck too. Nobody cares who
Oh,
you're about
trad
to
wife.
fuck. Dude, like, I'm not sure if what I'm saying is wrong, but honestly, I think people need to fucking get their shit straight and understand that.
Alright, seeing as our life's just about sex, how many cunts have actually got kids?
Fuck you, bro.
Hey, come on, mate. What are you doing, Matt? We're having a fucking
No,
chat.
I'm just saying you haven't experienced everything life has to give then, and it's not the
Yeah,
be all and
bro.
end all, my friend.
Do you think it's all about having kids? You think it's worth it, mate? You reckon it's worth bringing kids in this fucking...
He didn't say it's all about having kids.
No, sorry. You know what I'm saying here, mate. You reckon it's worth it?
I will say this though, man.
Yeah,
Like,
fucking oath I do. 100%.
probably-
Would not take back one fucking thing, man.
Yeah, bro, I
I'll
understand that.
tell you this, man. I think once I hit like 30, 36, I told myself I don't want kids.
How old are you, mate?
That was a long time ago. What I'm
You're
saying, like,
36.
what I'm saying though, like I knew I don't want kids. I just don't.
That was 6 months ago, Branch. What are you talking about?
Branch is a bit older than 36, aren't you, Branch? 37 or 38 or some shit?
Right, you're pretty old, mate. I'm only 22.
Man, I'm Geo's
Fuck,
age.
you 22, you young fart.
22,
Jesus
mate.
Christ. Fucking hell.
Well,
Get
I
out of here,
consider
cunt.
myself fairly
do you
old, man.
What do you fucking know, man? You do. You sound like you're 28, 30 or something. Fuck me, dude.
Got a lot of growing to do.
How do we all end up in this fucking room? I thought we were talking Gem Pandas.
We are there.
Bro, I've lived at least 20 lifetimes through my soul, so it's all good. I lived many lives.
Were they a couple of cats, were they? 9 lives each?
Something like that.
Branch, the
remember your-
difference is you're not muted yet.
You remember your past lives, do you, Vanu?
The funny thing
I
is,
don't remember him, but
I have
it's
to
intuition.
worry about getting muted more in this room than I do in Gem Pandas.
You what? You don't get muted or you do get muted?
So I have to worry more about getting muted here in the Gem Pandas room.
Yeah, well, you do the same thing everywhere. So
You don't have to worry about getting muted in Gems, Branch, because it'll happen. You know, it's not something you should worry about because it's just gonna happen.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Fuck off, man. You know what?
Hey, Branch, I'm just gonna go take a shit. I'll be back in a minute.
For real. Let me know when you're done.
Did I tell you I was gonna go take a shit? I'll be back in a minute.
Don't forget to wipe your vagina.
Front to back or back to front?
Both. Do a little of each.
Alright, man. I'm gonna go smoke. I'll be back.
Yeah, bro, I'm kind of keen on a smoke as well, eh? I got work at 6 a.m, eh?
I just found out that fucking there's this whole bunch of legal weed in fucking in Texas.
What state are you in, Vanu?
What state, man? New South Wales.
No, I'm sorry.
Only heathens go to work when they're told, mate.
What do you mean? I'm gonna quit this fucking job. I'm sick of
What
it.
happened was, so they fucking like, what the law book says, like, THC, specific THC compound of THC like something 9 is illegal, right? These guys came out with those THC fucking 8s and THC 10s and shit. They're all fucking legal now.
Fuck are you talking about? Synthetic shit or something?
No, like basically
Don't
what happened,
touch that
like,
shit.
what happened in America is that there's THC fucking 9, right, which is regular weed. Okay? THC 9 is what's in regular weed.
THC, no. Who's in the fucking, what is it, the reefer, mate?
That shit is fucking illegal, right? But basically,
The
the way the
reefer.
laws
Haven't heard that
are
for
made,
ages.
yeah.
First one of the day, I hit the spot.
That sounds like a Gatorade bottle for sure.
No, it's a Springer. Fuck me dead.
Spewing.
Spring Valley bottle, plastic fucking chip.
Spring Valley.
Good to go.
Nice.
Fuck, they've been around for a while.
Oh,
They can
it's
be
a
a
classic
nice.
was. I'm sorry, but I can't smoke out of glass or anything. The taste just fucking, it's horrible, man. I can only smoke out of a Springer. That's all. That's all
No,
I've
it used
done.
to be.
Springer
We
was
had,
bad.
we had a bamboo one many
There's nothing wrong
decades
with
ago.
Oh,
plastic,
yeah.
no?
That was okay.
Yeah.
It
So
got
the
pretty
only
The
thing with the
clear ice.
I'm
got
not.
pretty pungent if you don't clean it though.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You got to jiggle the cunt to hear how sloppy it is because you can't see
Mate,
in
with
it.
the Springer.
It's horrible.
I'm about to start a joking room in America that you can have legal weed and get joked at the same.
I want it to be legal over here so I can just load up a vape pen and just hit
You
it
gotta
wherever
vote
the
the
fuck I
Greens,
want.
man. You vote Greens?
Fuck Greens. I'm putting them last with fucking Labour and
Yeah, but
Liberal,
they're
mate. Are
the,
you
they're the
alright?
only. Yeah, but they're the only blokes making cannabis legal. We're making
Couldn't give a
MDMA
fuck, mate.
legal.
We'll sort that out
Psilocybin.
later. The country's more
Yeah,
important than weed at the
fair
moment,
enough.
mate. I'm sorry.
All I see, mate. Just legal weed, eh?
Weed's pretty fucking important, dude. Like, it's just good for you, dude. Weed has a lot of fucking.
It's pretty
benefits.
good for you, definitely. It makes you really like critically see your life for sure. Like the other day, actually, I smoked a doobie and I started visualizing the cross. I was like shaking my bed. I was freaking out. Right. But I was
I mean, it's like,
visualizing the cross. Like, I don't know what it was, man. I
you
was
know, like,
seeing the religious cross. And
Hey,
I don't know what
Vanu,
to think about that. Yeah.
have you ever been so stoned that you felt the earth moving? Like you could feel it actually spinning?
I have.
Bro.
I have.
I have, and not drunk either. Yeah, was just laying down.
Just stoned off my
Man, I
off
don't
my
believe in
mullet.
the
Yeah.
globe. I don't believe in the globe, mate. So I'm not saying nothing spinning me.
Oh,
No
well, then you're
shit,
not
I
you're not
was so
stoned enough.
stoned. I was so stoned when I was like 16 or something, right? And we'd smoked at an oval and we'd gone. It was a fucking lovely day too. We laid down on the fucking oval, looking up the clouds and shit, like full blase. We're just being absolute dickheads. And I swear to God, I could feel it. I could feel the clouds moving, but I could feel like what was underneath me was moving as well.
It's
That's
not
how
moving,
fucking high
man.
I was.
Yeah, done that once,
The
but I was
senses
indoors.
were dialed.
I've seen the whole ground warp and bend on high dose of mushrooms.
Yeah, there you go, mate. It's all about the streamies, mate.
You're global now.
Subgranosa, mate.
It's like the land turns into ocean water. It's like waving. Then it's moving.
So what your inside was the room just spinning.
Yeah, it was. I used to get off our nuts at my mate's place, in his bedroom, at his mum and dad's, because we were only teenagers. We were just all off our head, and my mate goes, "Oh, you can feel the earth spinning," and then we all just started feeling it.
That's awesome.
Played into your subconscious, mate.
Yeah, I got indoctrinated back then.
Is that when you became a global?
That's when I was indoctrinated, mate. Right there and then.
So
So the weed is making people globers.
That's right.
That's
mate.
it.
That's right.
I'm
You
going
haven't
for a
smoked
doobie.
enough, you guys. You still think it's flat. You haven't smoked the good stuff.
Amen. Reckon are you still the governor of California?
Fuck up, bitch. You used to be a flat earther.
Who are you talking to?
Reckon, are you back?
I haven't heard him speak in years, actually, to be honest.
You know, it's so funny. Right? But, like, me
I
and
hadn't
Rick-
heard him speak in years, but then he actually did speak on here like once. One night he said a couple things.
Really?
Yeah, and
Reckon was a fucking legend.
it
Was
was
he still in character?
It was the same, yeah.
Rick, I got one question for you, bro. How's the wet dog situation going?
Wet dog? There was a couple strays that ran through the other month, but nah, not too much going on, mate. Been working and shit too much, to be honest with you.
Been giving a fuck, have you?
Hey?
You just ain't been giving a fuck.
Nah, mate, nah. Whatever comes is whatever comes, man. I've got too much going on, son. Trying to figure out too much other shit in my life at the moment.
Exactly, but you hit an age where it's just not as important. And
I had this conversation again with a fucking full room, but I think Queen asked me, and I said no. And partly the reason as well is because of my daughter. I wouldn't want just to date anyone and bring them into her life as well. Yeah, like they have to. They've got to meet the grade, man. And so far, nah.
I won't even say it's because you're a daughter, though, bro. Like, I think as you get older, you just not about just.
Nah, it's 75% my daughter, or else I really wouldn't give a fuck most of the time, Branch.
All right.
Just run with it for a bit, you know how it is.
I gotta say though, man, like, you're a good fucking dad, bro. Respect.
Yeah, I'm trying, dude. Last year's been pretty fucking hard, though. Tell you right now.
You know what though? Being a single dad does have its perks, right?
Yeah, it does. It definitely does.
Like, I've taken my my nephew out and my niece out to the park, and fucking hell, when they I don't know, it's perky.
Perky. I took my daughter out for ice cream the other day, and I was waiting for the thing. I was talking to the lady for a bit, and she served me. There was another lady making the ice cream and that. I'm chatting away, just small talk to her, and she's like, "I'll just charge you for your ice cream." Like, she let me and my daughter's one for nothing. I was like, "Oh, cheers." Know whether she's hitting on me or not. She's a cougar. Definitely wasn't my age.
Yeah, that's kind of what. Because I fucking fun to fuck with, though. You know what I mean?
You know that movie Snatch, Branch?
What?
You ever seen that movie called Snatch?
Yo, honestly, every time you have something to say to me, that always feels like you got fucking ulterior motives.
Like what?
Feels like you got ulterior motives.
Branch is
Yeah,
paranoid.
I've seen Snatch. I've seen the movie Snatch. Was that Will Smith? The first time Will Smith snatched someone, right? No.
No.
Will Smith's
Hey,
in it.
Doesn't matter. I was just gonna say the way you're talking reminds me of the way they talk on that movie.
What's Snatch about? Oh, Snatch. They fucking steal the diamond from England and shit.
Yeah, I just posted the thing for it.
Okay. It's a good movie.
Brad Pitt.
I like Tyrone. Tyrone was the star of the show.
Do you like Dags?
Remember
Do you like?
Tyrone?
Yeah. What, do you like dogs? That's good. But Periwinkle Blue, it's from Ma. That's not the same movie, is it?
It's a different movie. I mean, it's not even. You're not even close, bro.
That's Fight Club. That's Fight Club, yeah.
Okay, bro. When you talk
No,
about
hold on.
Snatch, and Lock, Stock, Two Smoking Barrels.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, Locks. Well, I was thinking of Snatch when I mentioned it, but then I was also just thinking of the other movie that's like so similar to Snatch, which is Lock, Stock. Yeah.
Right.
Why are those movies so similar?
Hollywood. Heaps of fucking movies that are similar, man.
They were both English, weren't they?
Same director, bro. Guy Ritchie.
Or was it just filmed in England?
Same actor, same director.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's why.
Directed by an Aussie. Or is Guy Ritchie a Kiwi? Fucking hell.
Do you guys have movies in Australia that are like made by Australians for Australians?
Yeah, they're all pretty shit.
Yeah, they're all about Vegemite.
What? That's what? We have some of the best fucking Australian-made movies, you guys. These are cool.
Oh, Castle's probably the only good one.
Fuck off. What about Bad Boy Bubby?
That's
Get back to
That,
me.
that was bananas, that movie.
Wolf Creek was alright.
Bad
What's
Boy
that other
Bubby
one?
wasn't Australian, it was South Australian, Rig. It was out there.
Yeah, it was out there. What about that other one where the dude cruises across Australia in that red GT?
We'll say
And,
this stuff. Movies.
I think his girlfriend or his mum gets murdered or some shit. And coppers are chasing him.
What year was it made? It doesn't ring a bell.
All Australian movies.
Oh my god. Hold on. Give me a minute. I'll look it up.
What do you Aussies think of Chris Lilly?
It's alright.
It's pretty funny, I think.
No, I'm not familiar.
He does a program called Lunatics. I think he's
You
an
don't know
Australian.
Chris Lilly was?
I know the name, but I can't place what this person
Summer
has
Heights
done.
High?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, I remember.
Why
He's
are all-
that was actually a film where my brother went to school.
But all Australian movies are pretty kind of shit, aren't they? Not really good, are they?
They're not
What
great.
was the last good Australian movie you saw was?
Oh shit! I don't know. I have to think.
Don't say
Can't be,
the one I told
be
you to
asked
watch,
thinking, mate. I can't be asked thinking right now. We're talking about flat Earth.
Actually, you know, we're talking about flat.
Angry Boys.
Let's talk about flat Earth
Yeah,
again.
Angry Boys is another one.
And let's talk about flat Earth because that's an easy topic.
Snatch is a good film.
Actually, is really good, but I think Stark and Two Smoking Barrels is probably a little bit better.
Yeah. I just had an extra special place for Snatch after I did organised a gypsy wedding. And I was like, these are the guys from Snatch.
Have you seen The Gentleman, Guy Ritchie's newer film?
No? The Gentleman.
Yeah.
With Colin
Matthew
Farrell?
McConaughey in it.
There
Yeah.
was a
Colin
good movie though, right now.
Rig, were you that movie you're talking about? Rig, it wasn't Mad Max, was it? No, he's looking.
See, that's an amazing Australian film.
No, I haven't looked. Hold on. Sorry, I was doing something.
I've never seen Rig and Was in the same room at the same time.
Fuck off.
I don't know if I've told you this was, but like 3 times now, Rig's been here and started talking. I'm like, oh, g'day, Was. And then I'm like, that's not fucking Was.
Well, you don't hear us both speaking at the same time, though.
The thing with Rig and Was,
Hey, as long as he doesn't call me Devros, I don't give a fuck, really.
Oh yeah, that's bad, man. That's bad.
the thing with Rig and Was is that need a catalyst like me to bring them out of their fucking shells. Like, I will never be talking in this room if I wasn't here. I'm the one that brings them out.
Thanks, Branch.
Thank you for recognizing the fact that you guys are talking right now.
That was bad, Rig, to be mistaken for Davros, but I can take some peace in knowing it was the Jinn that was doing it, so it didn't really mean anything.
Even then, I'd boot him from the server just for the fuck of it, man.
True, I should.
You guys do have a little bit of a similar tone in your voice, though. Rig and
That's the thing. Like,
no, I was talking about Rig and Davros. I'm saying.
Oh right, I was thinking Regan was.
Oh, bird.
Sorry, Rick.
That's a bad bird.
G-
Did you hear?
Geo, wait, Geo, you're fucking trolling me, aren't you?
No, I mean there is a similarity.
Do you want me to come back here? Do you want me to come back? I'll leave. I'll go happily
Rick's about
leave
to quit.
now.
Rick's about to quit.
I thought you were gonna say, "You want me to come find you?"
Fuck, dude. I tell you what.
You guys say the same shit as well, eh?
We fucking do not. You grubby cunt. We fucking do not. Go fuck you. He's a state away from me, and I don't talk like him. I don't have mannerisms like him. I'm not retarded. I'm sorry.
Oh, the upper inflection.
Fuck right off, cunt.
I was just saying a little bit, like just the tone of your voice, just the like the God-given tone that you guys were both. There's some similarity there.
Hey, Rig, I'm staying out of this one. Otherwise, I'll cop it as well.
I'm trying to figure out how to make this worse. I'm not sure how to make this worse. Gio, you made it pretty bad.
I like Davros.
All right, we'll send him over here.
Yo, again,
Well, you guys probably know him better than I do, but the times I've chatted with him, I've liked chatting with him.
Rig knows him best. He's basically him.
I mean, I like Gio.
And Rig, you still reckon Globus is funny?
Not anymore, no.
There you go.
If anything, he sounds like fucking Davros, not me.
Oh, that's a compliment.
We do need Davros in this fucking room, though. Like, I think that would help Gio out a lot.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind hearing old Davros in here. I don't mind him at all.
Boom. I figured it out. Running on Empty. Want a good Aussie movie? Go watch Running on Empty.
All right, I don't think
I've never heard of it.
Is it good? Really?
Yes, it's one of the best Australian-made films. I feel it was made in the '90s, but it's a fucking great flick.
Dude, Romper Stomper, BMX Bandits. You forgetting about those classics.
This shit, I'm gonna fucking.
True.
It was a good Aussie show, though. There was one Aussie show about everybody having
Neighbours and Home and Away.
It says here a Ford Falcon GT HO Phase 3, Rig. Is that right?
That is fucking correct, mate.
All right. I'll put it on my list to watch.
Hey, hold the fuck up. How good can this show be if Was hasn't seen it? You guys both live in Australia.
Yeah, but we get too much American British crap, mate. All our stuff gets lost in the forest.
It honestly does, unless you search Australian films. They are not heavily promoted over here.
What was it called again, Rick?
Running on Empty.
Running on Empty.
Fuck, Dead Calm was a good film as well. That's an Aussie film.
Fuck, I just realised there's a lot of Aussie films I haven't seen.
Wait. Not 19. This is not 1988, right?
1982, it says here.
Oh my gosh, so it is 1988.
1988, I think, is an American one.
Yeah, Running on Empty, 1982, classic Australian drag racing movie.
The 1982 version is what you want, Branch.
Okay.
Oh, mate, what are you talking about?
I don't like old movies, bro.
What movie is this, bro? What movie you talking about?
That's when you were born, Branch. What are you talking about? You should be right.
Running on Empty.
I never saw that shit. I was a fucking baby back then.
Branch was born in 1982.
Branch would like Bad Boy Bubby. That'd be right up his fucking alley.
I reckon you would like that, Branch. You should look it up. Bad Boy Bubby. Australian film. I don't know what year it was.
One show, right? There's one Australian show. Oh, like there's all these fucking kids and they get these superpowers. from Greek mythology. Like, one motherfucker, like, he turns up and he ends up becoming Zeus. He's got Zeus's powers, and another motherfucker is Jupiter, and he's got Jupiter's powers. No, you don't know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. I know what
Talking
you're talking
nonsense,
about. I
cunt.
can't place the movie.
That's a good show.
Bullshit.
It was
What
absolute
Australian show you
bullshit.
talking about,
But it
mate?
was still fun to watch because it was bullshit.
Bullshit out your ass, mate.
I mean, it wasn't
Movie
silly.
with Greek fucking mythologies, man. What are you talking about?
What?
Greek mythologies.
Yeah, I love me a little bit of Greek
Australian
mythology.
show with Greek mythology is what you said.
Dude, your
Yes.
voice, Venu, you sound like you need a
He's
backpacker's
talking about
hostel
Wog Boy,
with that voice.
Fat Pizza, and Wog Boy
I need a
series.
what, mate?
It sounds like you should run a backpacker's hotel in the outback with that voice of yours.
Chopper was a good film.
Yeah, just step this way, love.
Yeah, we got a room for you, love, just out in the back here.
I'm gonna take a shit, guys. I'll be back.
You're
Too much
constipated.
information, cunt.
It's the fucking second shit he's taken in half an hour. I can't start.
I don't even want to hear it, cunt. Don't even tell us, man.
Get some curry into your branch.
When you said too much.
Maybe.
Maybe when he drinks this much, it's just every run to the bathroom is a shit.
Well, he's not Aussie. But I've only, I used to drink fucking over like 25 standards on a Saturday night. And now I'm doing well, cutting it down to only 6 fucking Guinnesses. So what is it? 9 standards, under 10, we're good.
Hey, does Castlemaine 4X still exist?
Castlemaine 4X. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I just haven't seen that for a while.
Where are you?
In Wales, UK.
Right. Not the New
You're
South
Wales,
Wales.
bro.
You're in the old.
Yeah, bro.
You're in the old North Wales.
I mean, old
Bro,
South
this
Wales.
is New South Wales, man. Literally New South Wales,
Yeah,
man.
he's in the old North
You in the
Wales.
South? Flatty's
I'm
in
in
North
South Wales.
Wales. Yeah,
No, I'm
you're a
South
fucking idiot.
Old South Wales.
Back in the
What's
past,
going
mate.
on in what's going on in South Wales, man? The real South Wales.
Not much.
How far is that from North Wales? Like, what would that be?
Yeah.
Like a drive? 30 minutes?
Nah, man, like 4 hours.
10. 4-hour drive south is South Wales from North Wales.
And the whole of Great Britain's like the size of Victoria. It can't be that fucking far.
Yeah, legit. 4 hours? Fuck off. From North to South Wales? Bullshit.
Nah, it
Probably
takes 4 hours from Melbourne to the border. So, yeah, can be
more.
Yeah, Wales,
All
Wales
right.
has really decent roads though. It's all fucking little shitty roads.
Yeah, you don't get a good drive on it then.
Nah.
Yeah, there's no freeway. That's bullshit.
There's a freeway that goes across to London. You know, west to east. Like.
Yeah, that's fucked. I've heard though you have like a fucking a tunnel going from the British Isles to France.
Yeah. I've never been through it, but
That's crazy, bro. That's the most crazy shit I've ever heard in my life. There's this underground tunnel, bro, going from France to the British Isles, man. That under
Every
the whole
time I'd
sea.
go under that, I'd turn on me fucking wipers, me fucking squirters all the time.
You've been under that thing, bro.
No, that's
The
what I
most
do,
crazy
just to
shit I've
scare
heard
the
in my
shit out
life.
of people.
Yeah, it starts dripping, 100%. I can't believe that shit. How long's the drive under the sea?
I don't. It's under the ground though, isn't it? Under the water, under the.
Yeah, mate. And how long's that drive?
I don't know. I think you get on a train. I don't know if you even drive through it. They load the
Bro,
car.
I've heard cars, mate. How long's the train ride then?
Fuck, no idea. I have to look it up.
You have no idea, bro. You haven't gone from the British Isles to mainland Europe. You've only done
I've gone. I've gone
Is
by
the
boat.
usual way of plane?
Ferry.
Oh, right. The usual is the boat. True.
Yeah.
True. How long's the boat ride?
Oh fuck, I can't remember. A couple of hours.
Give it a guess.
I don't know, like 2.
Fuck, that's sick. That's fucking just. That is so cool, man. 2 hours boat ride from the British Isles to mainland Europe. 2 hours, bro. That's like chill as fuck. So I live in
Yeah.
the fucking southern area of Sydney. It's only 2 hours south, and that's probably in between from Sydney to Canberra. That's 2 hours. Imagine getting on a boat just from the British Isles, like Norries, and you're all the way in mainland Europe, like France. You got Germany, bro. That shit's crazy, man. Like Australia's in the middle of fucking nowhere, man. The only thing I got near me, man, is Canberra and Sydney. This guy can go to France and Germany, like no worries. Like fuck off.
Where the
Amsterdam's
fuck are
pretty.
you, Blacktown or something?
Nah, bro. I'm in Southern Holland, man. Fucking, just in the middle of the fucking bush in the Hollands, man. It's in between. It's in between Canberra and Sydney.
Thought
But
you were
it's
in
2 hours
Redfern.
each way, man. And what I'm saying is, man, like fuck off. Imagine actually being where something is real. It's like being in
Doesn't
Sydney.
you sound like it?
To going to like France, Germany, fucking Amsterdam, all that bullshit. Yeah, as a European, a fucking big deal, bro. Like when you live in fucking Europe, going there is
That's
like
what
going
I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm
to,
saying.
it's not something you want to do. It's not something that feels like fucking it's amazing to go do it. It's the same shit as like now I live in America. I really want to go to
It's not
Oklahoma.
the same shit. Fucking,
It
you're
is.
telling
It's
me
the
this guy can
same
get a
shit
boat to
going to another
Germany?
fucking state in the
You
fucking.
can get a boat to Germany, bro. I have to go on a plane for like 20, 48 hours.
Boat to Germany. You got to get on a fucking train now, bro, and you'll be there in a
Nah,
second.
bro. This guy tells me he can go to France on a boat in 2 hours. Like he's chilling.
Yeah, but you can get a
And he's
train too.
living in the British Isles, bro. I can't imagine it.
One of my
You're in
friends,
South Wales.
one of my best friends,
South
right?
Wales is shit, South Wales, man. You got
He lives
nothing
out
down
of
here, mate.
Germany, works out of fucking London.
Are you in
He's-
London, man?
He works
Where are
out,
you?
but lives in Germany.
Branch, you in the British Isles, mate?
Oh, in Texas.
I'd rather be in Texas.
I'm in Texas, bro.
Branches in the Isles of Texas.
All right,
Yeah.
let me look up the time zone of Texas because I'm pretty sure it's like fucking 5 a.m. for you.
Close.
But 2 a.m. there, is it, Branch?
It's almost 5. So the 5
Yeah,
getting
it's,
dark.
it's almost 5 a.m., mate. I want to look
Oh, yeah, 5, because it's 3, not 2.
It's like 4:37. So that's almost.
Bro,
5.
I know my US time, so that's why. What is this cunt in Texas doing off at this time of night, mate?
I'm just
Takes
saying.
35 minutes on the Channel Tunnel to go from Britain to
You
France.
live in fucking Europe, going to European countries ain't shit. You don't fucking feel like doing it. You don't feel like it's a big thing when you do it.
Man, if it's 5 a.m. here and I'm on Discord, I'm actually talking. I've had some nose beers. Ain't nobody up at 5 a.m., man. Fucking hell.
Nah, bro, I'm up at 5 a.m. because I like fucking.
Yeah, but
insomnia.
you're sitting here drinking on Discord. I couldn't do that shit, man. Fucking hell.
You're a fucking kid. You better not be doing that shit.
No problem.
Branch, what do you say about Europe, man?
Yeah, bro, like I don't have a kid. I never want a kid just so I can keep on doing this shit. I don't want to fucking sleep anytime. I want to fucking sleep when I feel sleepy. I wake up when
That's
I fucking.
Sleep when you're dead.
Branch would neglect his kid and forget to feed it and shit. He'd come in and just be like,
Bro,
oh, just bought beer.
Yeah,
She's
100%.
oh, hungry.
Don't get it
Branch
twisted.
knows.
I'm not trying to say I couldn't be a fucking dad. I just don't want to be a dad.
Branch is chilling.
Oh, kids love me, bro, and I'm fucking super responsible with kids. Like,
So what's going on in Texas, bro? Is it
To the
like
point,
desert?
to the point where I actually try to act less
Branch.
responsible.
Branch.
Like my fucking my brother, right? And
Branch.
his
It's easier when you can hand them back.
bro, they fucking drop their kids off at my house.
Yeah, but
sometimes,
you
like,
hand them back. Eventually, you hand them back.
I'm not gonna say I don't love it when they fucking come over, but I think it's annoying that they think they can just do it all the time and like it's always okay.
My brother's clucky as fuck, man. You should see him. He doesn't want to give my daughter back when he sees her eyes. It's hilarious, man.
Has he got a woman?
Yeah, he does. He's been with her for about 5 or 6 years now, I reckon.
And he's going to be a dad soon.
Well, they were planning to before COVID, man, and then COVID happened. They were like, there's no chance they're bringing a kid into the world at the moment. So it went on the back burner, but yeah, I haven't heard too much on that front, mate. Hopefully something pops up shortly.
Oh, your daughter needs a cousin.
Yeah, fucking oath.
Sister, bro.
Yeah, she needs a younger brother. Just gotta find someone.
Good.
Bryce,
You know
you
what,
chilling
man?
in Texas,
Are
bro?
you? Are you hot wiring cars, Rig?
You know what, Rick?
What's that, mate?
Are you hot wiring cars right now?
No, I'm not. I've just jumped in the car to go up the shop again, believe it or not.
All right.
I like how this guy's fucking mobile on the fucking
Rick.
phone, like on his
Rick.
headset or something. He got like the,
Rick, when you say
he's got
Rick,
like a
when you say
fucking mic in his suit or something like that.
Yeah, I'm fucking CIA and shit, man. Just on missions.
You can see him, he's got a little ear set in, walking around the fucking shopping center. What a sick cunt. Branch, are you chilling? I've been asking you this. Branch, mate, what's going on?
What?
What's going on in Texas, man?
You asked me a question. I think you're talking to Rick.
What's going on in Texas, man?
I'm playing on my fucking phone right now. That's what's up in Texas. Texas, bro.
The Earth is a globe, right?
Fucking happens.
Yeah, what's
Nothing
going on in
really-
Texas?
Nothing really happens in Texas. I got my fucking. You know what I was really pissed off about Texas though. I got my
I don't
fucking.
know, man. That's what I'm asking you.
No, bro.
You
Like
got
I got
guns
my
and deserts and fucking
look,
horses
I got
and
my
shit like that.
evaluation of my fucking house, right? For taxes. And these motherfuckers
Texas.
think my house is worth way too much than it's actually worth, bro. It's pissing me the fuck off. I gotta pay tax on that shit.
You've been
Like, they
paying too much
lit-
money for the house, bro. That's fucked. Yeah,
Nah,
man,
it's
don't get me
fucking-
started on house prices in Australia, man. It's probably worse in Texas. To be honest
Nah,
with you.
dude. Literally, just yesterday, I got this fucking evaluation from the fucking the county, right? They think my house is like, it's fucking annoying how much they think it's worth. Pissing me off, bro.
Did you burn the house down or something like that?
I mean, we got some shit called homestead, but like
Yeah, what'd you do, bro?
the amount that they can fucking tax you. But still, it's fucking annoying.
You getting taxed for doing what?
Sitting on the house, I'm getting taxed for that. I mean,
Rent?
so like,
I don't know what you're saying, bro.
I got it for the house I live in, right? And I got homestead on this one. But then I'm about
I
to
don't know
get
what
it.
that is. I've never heard of homestead in my life.
It basically means that the house you live in, they can only tax you a certain percentage.
They
Increase.
tax you for living in your own house.
Yeah.
So you own the house and you have to pay tax for it?
I pay tax, bro.
You pay tax for living in your own house.
Yeah, but it's not even that. Like the ones I'm worried about is like I got it for my house right now. I got like a couple of places I rent out. For those, I got to pay full tax. Don't get no homestead on those. What homestead means
Like
is
a
like
primary producer tax here, mate.
You're paying tax for your own house, mate. You own the house.
No, no, it's tax rates based on what you do with your property. Like here we have primary producer. If you're a primary producer, which sounds a bit like homesteader, maybe, or
Primary
similar,
producer, what does that mean?
you get a different tax rate.
You produce a house, and then you have to pay tax for it every year, do you?
What homestead means is like fucking you can only increase the value they can tax me on by a certain percentage every year because I live in the house. So basically, like if they
You own the
if they,
house, so you own the property in the house.
No,
And
you
you have to pay
live in
tax
the
for it to the government. Is that what you're saying to
you
me?
only have
Or
one
am I
homestead.
mishearing what you're saying?
You only have one homestead house, right? And basically, what happens is in your homestead house, let's say that your price of your house goes up twofold and becomes double the price.
Yes.
Because you got a homestead, they can only increase your taxes. In the essence of your house being increased value of 20% max. They can only increase your tax based on a 20% increase in your house's.
And how much tax do you get? Give us a
yes.
percentage.
Bro, it's a lot of fucking tax. Like I pay like probably about 3.6% tax right now.
3.6% tax. 3.6. How often do you have to pay that? When you sell the house or what? You have to pay that regularly?
Hold the fuck up. Hold up. Let me see. What is this? I'm in 3.6.
You put 3.6% what? Tax for what? And how often?
Not even 3.6. It's a lot more than that. I don't know, bro. It comes up to about like 7,000 a year.
Shit, you have to pay $7,000 a year for your house. Why is that?
You gotta fucking pay for your streets and your roads and your fucking schools.